long ago. Gusto, thank you for the 3 months, man. Welcome back. Feels good to be back, dude. Oh, man. I know, Coffee. Sitting here with your Twitch open since the raid ended. Aww. That's nice. That's really sweet. Yeah, it's good to be home. Man, that first bit of bedtime in your own bed after sleeping in a hotel for 2 weeks hit me like a freight train. And then hit me again last night. Oh my god.
Hey Jack,
Yo.
great job at the race. I almost got my prize to max level now XD.
Love to see you, Jiva. Thank you for the 3 months. Let's dip into our stack here. Oh, yeah, just trying to get back into the routine and stuff, too. The Echo Casters got weird rashes. They think it might be bed bugs. Ugh. Were they at this, like, esports hotel or something like that? Or... that fucking sucks. Is that crit over mastery? Because crit does damage. And crit's also just better for healing output. Oh, there's 8 out of hostile. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't realize. Hello, John. How's it going? Yeah, I think it's the second one. Hostel. Oh, man. So, since we last streamed, we're 7-9 Mythic. We're gaming. We were doing bird prog last night. But I still don't have a seat. It's not my fault, pal. He ended up the way it is. Can't put it on me. It's honestly, I was thinking about it on the way home from race. It's like all the healers that are doing a lot of like direct healing and low passive healing just got like dunked on in this race. I really thought a lot of like the direct healing was going to do a lot better. I thought Holy Priest would do a lot better. But you know, they nerfed Cosmic Ripple, they nerfed Palm, they nerfed all kinds of stuff like that in beta. And then just kind of fizzled out. Get a reroll Monk. We're still running a Pally for our prog. We're 3 healing birds right now, so he's not in though. Hamilton, thank you for the 73 months. Yeah, Void Weaver's not bad. There's like one guy I think on NA, or maybe he's on EU. There's like one dude who is actually pushing like high keys as Void Weaver. What up, Arlen? What up, Rob? How you doing, man? Not at all, Execute. What's up, man? Light blind to Mythic. That fight's a pain in the ass. I think it's like a decently fun fight to play, but it's an annoying fight to heal. Yeah, Starscream. That's what it was, Raba. Yeah, I was looking at last night. Yeah, that's the thing is like I don't really like the playstyle of Disc and Keys, but it's not like performing awfully. No Apex Holy build. We tried that in beta. It's not awful. It's not awful because like you lose out on the 12% healing bonus, but then you gain basically a permanent 10% and some more passive healing. So like it's decently close. I like to do a higher seat just to if I can fill out my IO, you know? Let's see what we can find, though. Has to reroll disc from Holy based on the graphs. Never raid heal on disc. I have a guide. I've got a guide. Honestly, though, like, unless you're Hall of Fame, I think you just play whatever you like, though. Hey, Ghidorah. The pull for the Void Diffuser, a lot of this recently. It is pretty mediocre. It's like B plus or A minus, whatever you want to call it. It's not that great, but it's the best of what I've been given. And by given, I mean I got it in a vault. I got a heroic locust ribbon. I've never been looted any of the Veilgore stairs. It's always gone to DPS. So I'm kind of just kind of rolling with what I get, you know. Hey Bush, feels so good to be home, Zero. It feels so good to be home, man. What up, boys? Like feather and the stupid renown trinket. Oh yeah, yeah. That renown trinket had a lot of legs to it too. It was very, very good. Verse hasty feels comfy on holy and higher on plus. I'd probably just try to get up to like 15-20% verse and kind of see how I feel from there. Hey, appreciate it, Ray. There's not any exact number or anything like that, Aya. You just gotta kind of feel it out, because like you're also like, I don't even get offered much versatility right now, but it'll scale up in time, you know. It'll scale up. On Druid Healer, depends on what you want to do. It's gonna be really good for keys. It's gotten a lot better for raids. I mean, you saw Echo running druids and race and everything like that. What did I get 15s on? Nexus and Mazara. Yeah, I wish I had a Veilgores, dude. I wish I had a Veilgores. Yeah, what can you do? Oracle Shield. What do people run? I don't think they even run Shadow Fiend. I think they're running Blaze Points. I think that's what they were running. Yeah, let me do a little warm-up key with a shield setup. Thank you, Boot. How you doing, bro? And I think I'm running some dot spread talents, aren't I? I think I gotta drop a point of something for a dot spread. Yeah, I expect this build to be very rough on mana. I expect it to be very rough. How you doing, Ski? No, this is like the shield builds. This isn't like what I would immediately recommend to people, but I wanted to make it short about the shield build and kind of talk about it, because I think for a lot of like 10s and 12s, it's really, really good. I think for like 10s and 12s, it's really, really good. But I think as you go higher, it's going to fall off. What about Bako? It's kind of funny because you check the meta build section here. You kind of check the meta build section here, and it tells you like two stories. So you check the heat map, and it's like, wow, like everyone's running Wheel and Woe. But if you actually look at like, I went down the list yesterday because I was working on notes for a video about it, and I went down the list on Raider.io, and very few like super high-end Disc Priests are actually running a shield build because it goes zoom. Yeah, because it goes zooms. So it was pretty interesting. What I was looking for was what they're doing with their talent points. It looks like they might just drop this holy damage one and get the dot spread. So let's do that. Yeah, we'll do a little shield build. You know why it's the same? It'll probably feel the same in like 10s and 12s. I think higher level keys is gonna fall off though. That's the thing. That's the thing. Uncheck all, give me just seats. Let's see what we got.
Hi.
Yo, dude, ready? Thank you for the 89 months. How you doing? How you doing? see if we can rustle up a tank or something. What's playstyle? Hit penance and hit really, really big powered shields. Hit really, really large. I learned prioritizing death and dots. Yeah, you use like offensive penances during downtime to spread dots, defensive penances during high damage periods to heal. All that fun stuff. Yo, what up, Alden? You know, 0 to here on Prez. What am I up to since getting back? Trying to get the routine back together. Grocery shopping and got back to the gym yesterday. Woke up sore in 8 different places. It was great. Just got boring with defensive penances. I think I don't enjoy the playstyle, but it's also fun being at a point where you can just dunk on people if you play really well. Because that's kind of been Disc's MO over the years. Where like if you timed everything correctly, your burst was like so powerful. Did I get KBBQ with that guy who had the craziest food aversions? You mean Kalamazoo? No, we didn't go out for Korean barbecue.
Good morning/afternoon, Jack.
Yo, Starwolf Finger, the 72 months. We love degenerates.
Welcome back.
Love playing on a weekday. Yo, Books, thank you for the 3 months, man. Yeah, so unfortunately how the race went was we were originally scheduled to leave on Monday. Where's my calendar? We were like originally scheduled to leave on Monday, all the caster flights, except for mine and Tettle's, because for some reason we got put on Tuesday flights, right? So Monday rolls around, everyone gets their flight extended to Tuesday, and then they kill it like Monday, afternoon. Everyone starts celebrating. I have to raid. Dratnos has to raid. A bunch of people are raiding. And they're like throwing the party and everything like that. And so unfortunately everyone at that point in the race is just fucking exhausted. Our flights are out the very next morning. So we didn't really get the chance to go anywhere. I wish we would have done like a breakfast or something, but some people had their flights leaving at like 7 a.m. and mine was leaving at like 10 a.m. So I raided. We killed Crown of the Cosmos. So we're 7 of 9 Mythic. And then once we hit 7 of 9, they're like, hey, we're gonna do it's Monday. So we're gonna do trash runs. We're gonna do this normal, this and that. And I was like, hey guys, officers, can I go party and pack and get ready to go home? And they're like, yeah, go ahead. I was like, thank you. So I got back. So I loaded all my shit up, dropped it off at the hotel, came back, had some Modelo time with everybody. What a Ouija.
Let's
Thank
go.
you, man. It was an insane finish. Husky, thank you for the 15 months. Well, I packed up all my shit and then I went out and had some drinks. But yeah, we didn't really get a chance to go out for Korean barbecue or anything, unfortunately. Need to finish my day job, basically. Yeah, because by the time that it was time to stumble home, grab my backpack, good to go. Nice, Rob. Congrats. When I was saying goodbye to everybody, one of the guys who worked production stumbles up to me and he's like, hey, Jack. I was like, hey, Fized. He's like, hey, do you need any replays? Because I would be, asking him for replays or footage for an analysis segment. Some of them I use for videos. He's like, well, don't worry, I got you. Just let me know. And they're like, they set up this spin the wheel and everything like that, and people are getting messed up. It was fun. Oh man, I need to be awake to fly. Just awake and sober enough to get through security. Yeah, security was fast too. LAX security was pretty fast. Hey, Rosen, thank you for the 4 months. Yeah, it sucked because the the days that, you know, it was like secret phase day and then there was kill day, and I was working on the first shifts, so I'm sitting in the back and I'm like losing my mind, right? And then they're like, "There's a secret phase." Yeah, the race actually ended up being a banger. How you been, Megla? Nick was home next day. Yeah, he was. I saw him like boot up another MMO after they killed it. Yeah, this cannot be. Oh man, that shit owned. Oh, man. Yeah, banger race. I was worried this is gonna be like worst race ever kind of stuff, and now everyone forgets about the like awful 4 days of splits because Midnight Falls was such a banger. More people remote. They had some analysts that were remote. They had like the EU team was again in Utrecht, so it was maybe like 5 less people. It was like Nick gone because he missed his flight, and then the analysts. I think there's only like 1 or 2 there. Like the split race. Maybe it would just be better if you had to like clear, you know, normal Void Spire in order to do normal March on Quell Denos or something like that. I liked the staggered release for my guild because we didn't even really like think about doing March on Quell Denos until, you know, Void Spire got cleared, you know. So it kind of worked out perfectly for us. I think so, Groove. We'll see. I'm not even really thinking about keys until raid is cleared. I am just like solely focused on raid. I literally like I've just been spamming a couple dungeons. I did a couple 15s one day, but I didn't even fill in seat, so I'm trying to fill in seat and get it done. Yeah, I'm on a treadmill. Just going for a little walk. Yo, Camo, thank you for the 14 months. Sentiment can change just to how the raid was split up. Imagine Manaforge ended at Fractalist for the first 2 weeks. Yeah. Any loot bugs? Not that I know of. Oh my god, we got a tank! Let's fucking go! I joined the group and the warrior was like, I promise I'm not a degenerate, I just have the day off. And I was like, dude, hell yeah, give me the degenerates who want to play WoW at noon on a weekday. Like, let's fucking go. Oh, surely it'll be fine. Surely. I got my Phantasm. Ready to go. Got double charge of Pain Sup. Yeah, I would love it if they staggered releases, but obviously it would suck for Race to World first. So I don't know. I hope that there's some kind of middle ground because I think multiple raids really owns. Forgot how tall you are until I saw you stand next to the rest of Liquid. Yeah. Some of the footage, I'm like standing in the back and I'm kind of just like leaning to the side. I'm like sticking out over the crowd. Yeah, having AI do your work and playing WoW at the same time. There it is. Flip-flop between Druid and Priest. Had so much fun with Disc and War Within. Just doesn't feel the same. I think Druid or Priest would be fun this time around. Zyro's taller than me. He's like 3 inches taller or something like that. Personally, I kind of like how Disc is. I wish the playstyle was better. Druid feels very similar to the War Within, so if that's, you know, warrior speed, then go for it. I like Mythic splits. That's also a problem. I don't want to have the Mythic splits for race. I don't want to have Mythic splits for race, but it also is cool to have multiple race or multiple raids, at least for my guild and stuff. Zyro is the mountain. That's right. Hey, good Janelle. How you doing? I was casting into the secret phase reveal. I know. I know. If only. Went back to personal loot that would fix the splits. I actually don't know. Back from race, prepared to get a billion requests and suggestions for add-ons. Yeah, I've heard a little bit about that. I gotta get an M+ add-on. That seems to be the hotness right now. Oh, that was a fat Shadowmend. Yo, Shinshan, thank you for the 17 months. Let's see. Oh, the big shields. Priest okay in M+? We'll find out. I've just been raiding. Like, I filled my vault only 1 week, and then after that I was basically just treading water. Just getting a key done. Yeah, I did see Lightsmith. I want to play some Lightsmith today as well. So I want to make another short talking about Lightsmith H-Paler. Oh my god. Oh my god. The Lightsmith build is basically like run the same talents, but then spec Lightsmith. Yeah. Because when your weapons expire, they give you infusion procs. So it's a pretty neat setup. Alright, where's that absorb? There it is. Plus you do damage. That is true. That is true. More or less.
Home. Did you bring the milk?
Oh, yeah. Actually went and got a bunch of milk yesterday. Cause I had like a little bit of milk still in the fridge, and you know, 2 weeks in there ain't too pretty. Where is my food? I didn't get any magician food. I love my priest, 276. So besides filling up my vault, there's honestly not a lot of upgrades I could get from M+. There's honestly not a lot. So. Karna was crushing it early, and then Liquid made you do more work because they were scared of another top competitor, right, Jack? Yeah! That was one of my favorite parts of the race when we got on the leaderboards. That owned. That fucking owned. Love the veteran gaze better than any hero dungeon trinket for Prez. Yeah. Probably similar for disc, too. And I still don't have a gaze. It's tough, man. It's a tough world. Come here. Come here. Video on setting up reminders? You're right. I probably am gonna do that. Full group absorbs the affix, mass spelled off. Yeah, I'm a little worried about my mana though. I thought about it. I was like, like 10% mana. Should I? Your chest from the 4M pluses? Oh shit, I didn't. Is that suggested content? Do I have to pick it up somewhere? Shit. I want that. Anyone have the weekly? Page, please. Pick it up when I entered. Did I? God, I hope so. Weekly. Oh wait, never mind. Never mind. Got. Share. I love that it does it. They already completed the quests. You bunch of nerds. Bunch of nerds. All right. I always forget that they auto feed you the quests. I literally have zero memory of accepting a quest, I'm not gonna lie. I was just too busy yapping when I walked in. I think we just hit uppies. And hope our DK lives. Shit. I am getting old. That's right. Nah, I just got up super, super late. And then I've been enjoying bedtime a little bit too much. It's kind of weird because not having to do morning show this time around meant that I had like more time, but also more time to like realize I was tired. You know, like usually when you're like super, super busy, you just can't think about how tired you are, and then you just kind of fall asleep in bed and crash instantly. Oop, oop. Yeah, unofficial morning show was very chill. Some days I could just hang with Aya. Some days I could just work on some videos. Yeah, you penance your friends for better healing. Unless there's not really much healing required, then you can use it offensively, and if you run some talents, you can also run with some of the dot spread options. Oh, come on, let DK live. Oh, man. Which class do I have the highest IO? My priest. 2507, baby. Destium, thank you for the new sub. Nah, I've been raiding. We're 7 and 9 Mythic. I've been basically raiding, casting world first, sleeping. Making YouTube videos. That's been about it. It is nice to get a breather. Ooh, a bubble all to myself because I forgot to fade. Ooh. Yeah, DK was kind of getting wrecked on some of these pulls. He's like, he's fine, he's fine, he's fine, and then you just get, like, explodes. Yeah. You don't like your friends penance your enemies? Sure. But if your friends are also your enemies, then wouldn't you want to penance them? Alright, big boy shields. Who started by the barrage spell and my Zara first? My Zara first. Oh, that barrage. I'm trying to remember, honestly. I think with like the aura filter debuff settings that we have right now, where you see everything, you should be able to see it. Because I set my aura filter to direct API, and then I think I just see everything by default now. I think. Yeah. think we just paint sup. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is you could also just like bait it or avoid baiting it by being the furthest person. Because I think you're right, I think it is furthest. Yeah. Actually, last boss should be a really good example of how this build plays, because when I don't have like void shields rolling, I definitely feel very, very weak. This is similar to how it felt in beta. Let's get myself a little shield, since we're always shielding ourselves for more. Big boy shields. Oh my god. We're like a second away from these kicks going off every time. I just got home moment. I had no time to try out new add-ons. I've had no time. Thank you for the prime. It's so weird because I really thought, Rob, that I would come back and then Cell would be like rolling and have all kinds of updates and I'd be way behind and everything. It is strange. Yeah. I think if you go through the setup wizard that they have, Richard, that should also help. Because you're basically in a position where you show like all the debuffs or none of the debuffs right now. I hope it's something Blizzard will like later on address, but it seems like that's like the only setup at the moment. Yeah, I mean, Cell said it was coming in February, and it's April now. Yo, Waver, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Yeah, you're pretty much just setting your Void Shield on cooldown, unless there's a specific mechanic you want to like hold it for. Here you can see, you know, everybody has shields or they're full HP one way or another. So I'm gonna cast one extra penance and then shield afterwards. Because then we have extra shields for this part right here, the overload. Early April Fools, yep, much. Perfect, he has to go to the door. It's my time to drink. Oh shit, he's pulling anyway. Rip. Race car, no. Alright, he's back, he's back, he's back. Stats, lot of haste. Lot of haste. Max said about watch me with a walking pad. Paint every target. Usually you'll like dot a bunch of targets at the start of a pull like this. I got one with the spread and then another with the dot spread. Put up atonement on everybody. Oh, they got it already. So what, Jack used that thing? It feels like walking forward to try to kill me. Oh, that's right. Somebody did tell me that. Yeah. I would never hurt Max. I just want to tell him the good word about healing. Probably the biggest thing though, feel, especially when you're playing expiation and like a dot centric setup, is like before damage is going out, you want to make sure you have lots of dots rolling. So that you can kind of cycle between clearing dots or munching them up with like expiation value. Like if I was eating a bunch of dots on this guy, oh my goodness. We need a little fear. We need a little fear in there. Fade, dispel, heal it up. Come on, come on, come on, yes! Now we need more absorbs for the double setup. Alright, a lot of shields, a lot of shields, a lot of shields. Yeah, you more or less want to use Void Shield whenever it comes up. Exceptions to the rule are basically like, if you know that there's maybe like a small attack coming on everybody, but then a bigger one is coming up later or something, like you might hold it for that. You know, if you, a good example is Lura, actually, this final boss. You know how the beams go out, they go bzzz, and they zap a bunch of people? In that situation, you might want to hold your shields until like the very end, before the beam goes out, before the beam actually like hits everybody. That way people have like the most effective health possible. That could be a really good use for it. But more often than not, you can just like send it. Send it when you get it. If you're pushing 17s, I would say running the Shadow or Death setup. I'm running this setup because I wanted to just kind of see how it feels, if it felt any different from beta. It kind of doesn't. But it also does feel good for like 10s. So I'm sure for some people who only want to do 10s and stuff, that this is just going to be like a great play for them, you know? Up, Sam? Oh my god. Damn it, Sam. It's totally your fault that I walked into that when I was reading chat. Totally. Hey, Bunsen. Not making the same mistake twice. How you doing, Stark? Hey, tell what Bloody K usually needs me. I kind of like to eyeball their defensives, kind of see when they last used Vamp Embrace or Icebound Fortitude. But more often than not, I feel like the biggest area where Blood DKs die is on the pull. So I usually just try to make sure, especially if it's like a long run, especially if you're like indoors and you're running for a long time before you go to the next pack and then you're setting up a big pull, that's like an ideal time to paint up them the second that they walk into a pack. I feel like that's usually like the best way to do it. Oh shit, my bad. Bobby. No, I might have gripped you to maybe kill you, but I'm not letting you die. Just keeping you on your toes. Masquerader, thank you for the 2 months. Mid-ECC, I have not. I've just been raiding lately. So I have not been looking at any key add-ons. Healer balance changes since the race is over? Well, we're getting that Prez change where Temporal Anomaly is becoming like a new ability. So that one I'm really interested in, and I think it's going to help Prez be even stronger in keys. I already feel like Prez is in like a much better spot than it was in the War Within. So I feel like every slight change or rework or whatever just kind of brings us closer and closer to that point where Prez could get better in keys and could get better at healing high level dungeons. Fugellen and Reaper, thank you for the primes, guys. Oh, so fine for Mythics? Yeah, of course. Just needs to go all in with the dragons. I feel like they're doing the opposite. You're making it so you don't have to be a dragon with the next patch. One thing I really hope, and I don't know if they're going to do it in the 10.5 patch, but hopefully they do it before the next race, is they really got to rein in... They've really got to rein in passive heals. Because all the healers that got their passive heals, like, really nuked... Resto Shaman, Holy Priest, Cosmic Ripple, Prayer of Mending. You might be able to argue about Paladin when they made Light of Dawn only hit a limited amount of players instead of hitting everybody. But a lot of the healers that are doing like heavy direct healing and less passive output are getting dominated by the healers that are doing like a lot of passive output. A lot of like high hit rate, low hit quality, you know, tiny small hits, but a lot of them. And I feel like that kind of sucks to play against as a healer. Lightsmith setup to use Judgment more? Yeah. You try to use all your infusions on flash heals, and then you kind of Judgment in between your infusion procs. So, I would probably just look at like, was it 1205 Preservation of Ochre changes or something like that, Winged? There's a Wowhead article about it. Yeah, so that looks pretty good.
Such chaos. Such the way is open. Hurry.
It is rare that a Naru falls into void this way. The few cases I know of have occurred when
Raid versus key balance is like an all-time worst. It is interesting because they purposefully don't give us a lot of raid testing because they don't want us to test the bosses that much. And then there's wide disparities in raid balance. But then key balance has actually been pretty good. You know, like everybody's done 18s. Last I checked. I know people are doing more than that too. Some people are getting into 20s. Race count was more about damage versus HPS? No. Maybe for Lura, because damage became, you know, the central like function, I guess you could say, of like meeting the DPS checks. We saw Echo, for example, go from like double Druid to double disc. Like I could see it in that example. But overall, I think this race is from like a healer perspective. The story of it is more about Masquerader. Thank you for giving the gift of the sub to Bunton. I think most of the story for this raid tier has been about like healing profiles. While Prez does a lot of healing, they're also not good against healing absorbs, and they were really prominent. Monk from the top rope gets a crazy buff to Shaylun's gift that makes it the dominant single target healer. The dominant healer to deal with healing crystals, healing negative healing absorbs, you know, completely took Paladin's lunch. Paladin, who had like some of the best direct healing, also some of the worst kind of AoE or passive AoE healing. And so their like total output is a lot worse because they have these big heavy spells that are more likely to go into overheal. you know? A bunch of stuff. So, like, healer damage definitely had, like, a role to play. But I feel like more of the story is healing profiles and strength of, like, passive healing versus direct healing. Yeah. Latest in M plus? I think they're within a couple, like one key level of each other or something. I think Disc is slightly better though. Oh my god, that bro is spinning. That bro is spinning. Everyone's enjoyed Monk healing over Priest. She's debating swapping mains. His Monk just feels so much better than Holy. Eh. You enjoy something, do it. He's like, I'm not fucking leaving. Triggers her best friend plus. Things like the Locust Walker ribbon. Actually, wait, is this one? No, not Locust Walker ribbon. Sorry. Gaze the Allseer. Locust Walker ribbon's bad for keys because it's gonna drop off out of combat. But Gaze the Allseer is really good. Volatile Avoided Diffuser's not too shabby. Thing is, you don't really care about Locust Walker ribbon, and you don't really care about like Veilgore's Final Stare because those are more like raid focused. Those are the more raid focused ones. But like passive stat sticks are very, very good. Very high value. This pick me up was fun. Yep. Hey, thank you, Hammock. It is fun when you actually have trinkets that just heal. I miss when we had trinkets that gave you a lot of mana too. That shit felt amazing. That shit felt amazing. How to avoid Weaver Key? Ugh. Well, I do actually have the haste. I remember the last time I did this, I had Z haste. I had like 0 haste. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna heat up a dog bowl. I'm gonna get some food. Give me like 5 minutes, and then we slam. We'll yap a little bit, shovel down some food, and then we'll be back at it. All right, 1 sec. I guess I could just still do this while I'm standing up. Hard to wait, raid, hard to win, arrow whistle, goof fill-ins. They're fine, yeah. Oh, good fill-ins, yeah. Yeah, those are good fill-ins. Hey, Amic. All right. Sorry, I had to get some food. Usually I eat before. My whole schedule is still getting back online. Give me your sentence back, that big AoE. Dude, I remember they kept like neutering that AoE. Until it was like nothing. That's the other problem with like too much power creep for healers. They just kind of neuter everything. Yeah, I saw it was like a Washington Post or New York Times
Welcome
article
back.
about Guy Chow. Honey Badger, thank you for the 35 months. How we doing? I actually officially have all my 10s in. What would be a good key? What would be a good key? Dude, the dog bowls are legit, man. I love them. So I don't have healer frames for like NPCs. I think you're talking about when you're talking about on like Lura, healing the crystals and stuff. But what you can do in Dander's frames is you can use your click casts on other frames. So what I do is I just literally click. I literally just like click cast off the boss frames. Yeah. So I have boss frames set up that are nice and big that I can see for the crystals. And then I can click cast on them. I can middle mouse button with penance and heal it. Yeah, I got bowl of spinach and a dog bowl of ground beef and rice. Some cheese. Yep. Yeah, I get the diet back. It is really fucking tasty though. I have like 5 different kind of like meat seasoning packets and a couple different hot sauces, so always tastes a little bit different. Macros try to go sequentially, yeah. Use your trinket first, then basically in the order that you put it. San Diego a few weeks ago, first time USA. I'm sad there's no Chipotle in Germany, at least not spread, only in a few cities. There's a reason. There's a reason why. What was I gonna say? No, I mean honestly, actually, that just reminded me of one of the first times they did an MDI. One of the first times they did an MDI, it was in Ohio, and when some of the Europeans came in, they're like, "I want to go to Panda Express," and it just threw me because I'm like, I'm so used to like just kind of seeing fast food places on like every corner. Yeah, it's pretty damn good fast food, though. Yep. Fishing for Stormstream totems with Totemic, Riptide Spam, aside from just placing totems and Healing Wave, Chain Heal. Yeah, pretty much. You just let your totems do the chain healing. And you Healing Wave in between. Oh, I love those videos. About like, Europeans coming and trying like Texas barbecue or, things like Skyline Chili. Yeah, that shit owns. What would be good? There's no 17s I think I'm getting into, but let's see what's around. Litany is Haler's 1 damage spell. Thing is, I don't even think the damage side is turning into absorbs. I'm pretty sure you just hit the button and it procs shields. And then you do damage spells and it procs more damage. I think that's actually the sequencing. What German tacos would be like. What would they have? Like kebab in it or something like that? Probably some hybrid there. Yeah. Bratwurst, sauerkraut. I mean, sauerkraut and a taco would be really good. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you don't even have to worry, heal. But I do believe every hit of Halo should count. I'm not playing Void Weaver if I get into that group. I was trying to get Cal and I to play Rivals last day of the stream. I said that, but I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. I had a game the other day where this guy just kept on sending Spider-Man into me. And I kept getting him kind of low as invis, and I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to go Luna. And I killed him like 8 times. And then he swapped to Moon Knight, and then did nothing the rest of the game. Liquid Rivals team had to use a different facility. Oof. We had the league guys on site as well. So we would just like hear random gamer screams, right? And then we'd be like, "Oh my god, did something happen?" And it's like, "No, that's just like the league guys popping off." Yeah. Actually, maybe Algathar would be a good one. Nice, relaxing Algathar with Void Weaver.
Hey, the boy's back.
Ooh, Griffin, thank you for the 36 months and the prime, dude. Thank you. It's good to be home. Good to be home. Oh yeah, it could be the dots as well, Mart. That's true. Tragic. I already have a Windrunner. You get click off Windrunner. Click off Mazzara. Just like you guys, getting declined. That's right. I think I do need a Magisters. Yeah, actually, anything I see I need. Anything we see we need. They wrote the guide. Yeah, you know I am. Invite me in your group. Yeah. Oh. Oh, let's go. All right, we need the Algathar. What are we doing, Void Weaver for this? Yeah. Yeah, I think Void Weaver will be good. All right. Gotta finish my food. Put on some haste for your Holy and M Plus, because it's better to play, but I run in a minute every 2 packs. You gotta like farm more surge procs. Farm more surge procs. Try not to like hard cast as much prayer of healing, if you can help it. We'll see after prog is over, Sato. I'm 7-9 Mythic right now, and I've just been focusing on raiding. So it'll probably be priest for a while. We'll see what the season holds. Now, what's that, Rob?
5, 4, 3.
Restitution and Guardian Angel. Feels Guardian would be better, so I have a defensive talent you can use. You can feel it out. I think Restitution's better when you're more worried about randomly
You're
exploding
finally
stuff.
back home. Welcome back.
Thank you, Malphasar. Thank you for the 4 months, too. It's good to heal, or good to be home. All right, I was reading. If you've never healed in your WoW career at this point, where do you start? What class? I would say priest or shaman. I'd say priest or shaman. And then check out my YouTube, because I got a bunch of new player healer guides. Oh, I heard about the shield version of that, Rop, where you could have like the spike in the shield or whatever for the extra 3 damage. Yeah. You deal with anxiety when you're working on group content, you got to be able to give yourself a lot of the grace, because I think in a lot of cases people are working themselves up to like potentially try to protect themselves from a potential or a perceived reaction from people, but not a guaranteed reaction from people. You know, you trying to get like a better understanding of what the future is going to hold for you, so that you can kind of protect yourself from it. But in a lot of cases, I mean, the same thing goes for life in general. You can't predict how people are going to act. You don't know what people are going to have in store for you whenever you queue up into an online game. So I think the biggest thing is just understanding that you're going to be making mistakes. They're going to happen. And when it comes to just having fun in an MMO, the best thing you can be doing is finding just reliable people that you want to play with. Yeah, just make sure you get my Platinator profile mail out of my sub chat. They don't have a, what do you call it? A Wago import system. Some heaters on deck if they start mouthing off. Yeah. Yeah, we're just going around the horn a little bit, Faye. Helps kind of brush up on stuff, too. Let's proc our pets. Let's just give him a little pains up here. Just for a bit of safety. When you're playing as Void Weaver, you send a lot of offensive penances, yeah. When you're playing as Oracle, you send defensive ones. Is the right time to ramp on Disc for Crown? What phase? In general, you want to just be sending your ramps whenever there is Void Expulsion's about to go off. Because the Void Expulsions deploy, and then I want to say it's like 5-ish seconds later is when they detonate. That's in general when you want to send your ramps. But yeah, context matters. When do you ramp from start to finish? I can't list every single ramp out on every single fight. But I can write them down. I got a whole section of my Wowhead guides about raid tips. So if you go to my Wowhead Disc Priest guides, you go to the raid tip page, I have a whole write-up about Crown of the Cosmos. True, and a video about using lorgs. True, true, true. You don't need to overthink your stats or anything. They really try to make your stats like about as equal as possible, so don't overthink it. Best way to really increase your output is just going to be adjusting your gameplay. I like how Holy Priest plays a lot. Unfortunately, I can't really play it on prog because disc is so strong. What's optimal button presses for all 6 phases of Midnight Falls in order with timestamps? Yep. Soon, when we kill Midnight Falls, I'll put it all in the guides. I think I do have a write-up for Midnight Falls already, though. If I don't, I will have one in the guides. So, I am right now. I'm really like focused on raid prog. I only did 2 15s up until today. This is gonna be my 3rd. I had like 1 session while I was out at race where I got to actually like push keys, and then the rest of the time I've literally just been like raiding and casting. I think I was wrong about Holy and Disc. Because the playstyle for Disc changed so much, It went from like the old style got nuked. The old style got like super nuked with like offensive penance damage and everything. And we didn't really get time to test an execute style. And like in hindsight, it makes sense. There's so much execute value in the raid. But I discounted how much like you'd be able to reliably like proc lots of executes, have lots of pet value and everything. We've never really had a raid that's so focused on ads, at least to this extent, in a long time. Like almost every fight you can snipe executes. And then the holy side, I thought this as well for Holy Paladin. I thought that like a lot of like big, heavy, direct healing, less frequent but high quality spells would be really powerful. And it turned out, since they have so many boss fights that have like 20, 30 second ticking damage on everybody, that it's actually like the passive healers, those who are doing like lower quality, you know, small heals, but high frequency, they pick up so much healing efficiency. Like if you looked at just raw healing, Paladin can do pretty well when they're just mashing lots of holy lights, but the problem is, you know, that doesn't exist, right? You have overheal, and you have a lot of overheal out of spells like Holy Light. And, not to mention, you have a lot of overheal, relatively speaking, with Light of Dawn. Because it used to be, in beta, that Light of Dawn would hit everybody and spread out equally, which would cause the overheal to be very small, right? Because they're very small hits. And that would actually be really high output. But it's also a dissatisfying button because it just puffs, you know, tiny healing that you can't really feel. So they changed it. But what that really meant was that a lot of healers that do have that like quick tick rate, quick healing efficiency started doing a lot better. Pack, thank you for the 8 months. Also kind of goes hand in hand with them buffing Shayloons at the last second. And then Monk just had like the best single target healing. So those things kind of go hand in hand. Heritage damage is all hidden rot damage, not anything from the fight. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. What do you think about this point for Shaman? I think they're just kind of middle of the pack. Solid. Not insane. I am Drew. Thank you for the 9 months, man. Welcome back. Welcome back. Version raid, this is one of the best iterations. It's an RNG crapshoot sometimes. That the Shadow playing in death gameplay is fun. I'm a little split. It's really fun when you're consistently in execute, but then I think it gets really annoying when you're on fights like Paladins where you can't get into execute at all until the very end of the encounter. So you're kind of just like treading water for a long time. Hi, fixed HPAL. I really truly believe if they made Empyrean Legacy good again, that would fix a lot of problems. Because then that helps you do like better passive AoE, better beacon transfers. You don't have to mess with the balancing the spenders, which it seems like they don't want to do. Or, you know, they do if you twist their arm enough, like we saw with the recent changes. I feel like a lot of things would just work out pretty well if Empyrean Legacy was back in action. So, Disc wants haste, Fear. It's in all the guides. Oracle and Keys, tried both the right and left side. I think I personally like the left side tree version. Rank 1 China Rio as players using it. Speak to the differences. So the shield build costs a lot more mana. I think it's a lot better for like 10 and 12 level keys, but I think it falls off at like higher level keys. Because the Shadow or Death, execute heavy stuff, feeds you a lot of mana, which is really valuable. And it also provides really strong burst Yeah, I talked about it like 5 minutes ago, Samson, if you want to see like the whole version. But I didn't think that like low hit rate, high hit quantity would do as well as it did. And then of course, like, it's kind of a fatal mistake that I've made in the past where like Blizzard puts in new talents and then they make sure that they are really, really fucking good to like really push people to play it. And so that was like Death's Torment, Shadow Fiend, and how it got changed and everything like that. And I don't think we've ever really had a healer that synergized with execute value. Yeah, you should be able to rewind if you want the long version of it. But yeah, I was like, this build was doing really well, and then they nuked it from orbit. Do I really think an execute dot disc freestyle will do well at the time? No. I imagine the next round of balance changes is probably gonna be the 0.5 patch. That's like 3 weeks away or something like that. Something like that. I would say in a lot of ways, Disc is like harder to hit your peaks because you gotta be so fast with sniping executes. You have to be so fast with sniping out your executes. And if you like fail to snipe those executes, you lose a lot of mana, which then impacts how much of your how many of your atonements that you can actually cast. Gotta go fast, Jaden. Am I doing eating cereal? No, I'm eating ground beef and rice. And a bowl of spinach. It's almost empty. It's almost empty. This is my dog bowl. Special YouTube content? Yeah, thank you, Punk. I gotta get some more rolling soon. Although, like, now you're making me want some cereal. Because Ghost made this, like, really good version of Cinnamon Toast Crunch that tastes way better than OG Cinnamon Toast Crunch. And I just ate the last of it yesterday when I got home. Yeah. Oh, Apple Jacks is good, too. I haven't had Apple Jacks in ages. Talent can you switch for encroaching shadows? Oh my god. Oh, I don't have a... Where is my pots? They're not on my bars. I have the crappy quality ones. We'll die to that. Here, I'm gonna just paint some myself. Oh, I'm gonna find an execute target, and I'm gonna go execute it. There we go. I use Platinator for my nameplates. Waffle Crisp? Ooh, shit, I haven't had that in a... Or Cookie Crisp? I just don't really eat a lot of cereal. But I had some when I got home, and I was like, oh, this is the dream. Your wife told you one of your opinions makes you a serial killer. Oh, let's hear it. Old man cereal? Not yet. Not yet, Chili. I'm not eating no Raisin Bran yet. Yeah, Raisin Bread, he said it. I'm in your mind, Chili. You know, when I talked about how Mahomes was hyping himself up as like an underdog kind of thing at race, I knew you were there. I didn't see you in chat until afterwards, but I knew. Special K is really good. Special K Cinnamon is very, very strong. That's a tempo res. That's a tempo res angle, for sure. Don't underestimate the tempo res. We had chocolate chip cookies, and I said that sometimes I feel like they'd be better without the chocolate chips. Oh, shit. I can see that sometimes. Depends on how dense they are, you know? First Law trilogy during World First. I only heard you mention the first 6. Have you read their most recent trilogy? Any thoughts on what happens to Yoru Sulfur? I read 6 books of First Law. I read the original first 3, and then I read Best Served Cold, The Heroes, and Red Country. Haven't read anything since then. Yeah, just get haste. Play Dis Priest, play haste. Simple as. Oh yeah, dude, I love the treadmill. It takes some time to get used to, Faye, so I didn't get to this comfort level right away. Add spices to your beef? Of course. I have like 5 different kind of like beef seasonings or fajita seasonings that I cook with the beef. And then usually right after you cook it, it's got a bunch of juices and fats and stuff like that, so I usually don't put hot sauce on the first time. But then if I reheat any leftovers, then I'll put some hot sauce on it. And then I always put some cheese, and that helps as well. Yo, what up, Hendrix? How do you ramp heal his disc? So I have it in that video, but also I guess like the follow-up to that is you want to like scale up your atonements. You want to scale up your atonements really high for incoming damage, and then when you know that there's like a break, that's where you can kind of just chill, hit smites, and then kind of wait before you apply more atonements. It just sort of depends on like what damage is actually happening though. Usually I just have eggs with like hash browns and like turkey bacon. I usually just have eggs for breakfast on the days where I'm not having my my super smoothie. Well, rip. I guess I should have
Can
made
healers
something.
pump?
Demis, thanks for the 3 months. It's like AoE. That's about it. Maybe on some AoE pulls. You want to be really aggressive with your time dilations whenever you play as Preservation. Because, you know, there's Golden Hour and it reverses damage that people have taken. But also, when you put time dilation on a target, let's say it's going to delay 100 damage, right? Over that period. Let's say it's going to delay 100 damage. And so in the process of it ticking, though, when that time dilation is on the target, it fully counts that 100 damage as already being taken for Golden Hour. So you actually get a ton of Golden Hour healing when you have time dilation on a target. So you should always remember that. Always, always, always. TD them before they're taking big damage. Echo into like reversion, fat Golden Hours. Now, if you don't have any like Marithra's Blessing or any of the other stuff to like work off of, then yeah, you can like Chrono Flame, Echo Chrono Flame and stuff a bunch. It's not great, but it's something. So. Which weight I'm down? I'm like 194 right now. I think I'm trying to more like body recomp at the moment. Like maybe we'll like gain a little bit of weight, but also just try to get more lean. Thank you, Sin. Good to be home. Good to be home. The 250 bulk? I don't think I got the frame for that. Am I fasting? Nah. I'm currently got a nice big bowl of ground beef and rice in front of me. Am I tall? Yeah, 6'4". I don't think I have the frame for 250. I think I want to get to like 200 and then we'll kind of see. Treadmill, Lichico. If you hit exclamation mark setup, it has a link to it. Yeah.
I've set got an ad. I forgot I used my Prime on TL this month cause of race. I give you my money this month. Back to Prime afterwards.
You got a deal, Lira. Yeah, when I was shouting out Prime subs, I saw some of you guys in chat dropping your Prime subs. I was like, no! Now they're not gonna give it to me! Oh, man. Yeah, we were farming those subs. We were farming them. It was fun. I need an execute target, my dude. There it is. Yeah. It's the thing that always gets you. These back-to-back Echo Knight hits. I've had an uplift desk. Sophie, thank you for the Prime. Yeah, I got an uplift desk. And so I got like one of the long versions, so I can just stuff the treadmill under the desk when I'm done with it, and it moves it out of the way. And thank you for the 42 months. Nah, Chad just asked me to play Void Weaver Lock. I would still recommend playing the Oracle setup I have in my guides. What are you talking about, PZ? The V3 is looking at that one. The 840 is Nask. I got an L-shaped one. I'm not sure which one it was, but it was expensive. Yeah. You could also look at Secret Labs. Secret Labs is a really cool gamer standing setup with like a lot of like cable management built in. I was thinking about getting that one, but I wanted like a massive desk. So I put all kinds of crap on my desk all the time. Yeah, I was playing the shield build earlier, and like I think it does well up to a certain point in keys, where you really need to like scale up your output. So people are only running one Apex point with Void Weaver and Magister's Terrace. That sounds like some Chinese stuff. That sounds like some Chinese stuff. I don't know. The Chinese region does certain things that I feel like when you do them in practice or you try to copy them in practice, they just like never work. It's always strange to me. Dander's frame performance has been fine for me. There is a memory leak issue in March on Quell Denas. So that like tanks FPS, but that's not on Dander's, it's just the raid, you know? Monk, where you want to play an alt? What do? You know what to do. Time to get that priest rolling. Time to get the priest. Shit, are we gonna lose the damage check? We are gonna lose the damage check. What the heck? take the treadmill and I put it underneath my desk in front of me when I'm done using it. Damn, we're gonna lose. That is tough. Guys, I'm about to go send. Yo, Lam, thank you for the full year. Welcome back. Welcome back. More haste, Ruin. More haste.
Oh dear. It seems the parameters I wove into my out-of-office spell were a bit extreme. Thank you for all your help in getting the school ready.
Keep Keystone info. It's a M plus timer. Yeah, just M plus timer. It's super easy, Faye. I do it literally every day. I just pick up the treadmill, slide it horizontally under the desk. It's good to go. Like, my desk is long enough that it can fit the treadmill no problem. Because the treadmill is like, I don't know, 4 or 5 feet long. My desk is like 7 feet long, so it's quite easy. It's quite easy. Just takes practice, you know? It just takes some practice.
What's ups, Jack?
Yo, Valerian, thank you for the full year, dude. Yeah, I'm literally trying to use this like every day. Yeah, I mean, it makes a big difference when you're walking every day and you're just kind of moving. I feel like my mood is a lot better. Just my hips also are just like not as like tight or tense or anything like that too. So, nah, I just got back positivity. Haven't messed with any add-ons. Yep. Down 269 to 257 in less than 2 weeks, pushing it harder and harder. Let's go, dude. Walk a mile in the morning, 2 in the afternoon. What's big for you is the diet. That's how it gets you. Especially for me, it was like drinking calories. When I dropped 50 pounds, like one of the biggest things I did was just like stop drinking so many calories. Soda, beer, all that stuff, man. It's rough. It gets you. Sky Reach. All right. Stacking melee ads need to be nerfed on Sky Reach. Yeah, they beat the ass of the tank so bad. Oh yeah. Am I enjoying casting jobs? They're great. I wish I could do them more, but you know, there's just not many around. They are few and far between. It's always fun. Of course, Vivi. Thank you for the invite. That last dungeon I was playing Void Weaver, yeah. This dungeon we're gonna play Oracle. Void Weaver and Algathar is such a cheat code. There's so many like big pulls and big AoE and everything. It's making a comeback. And raids, I mean, it's crushing. It's dominating. Keys, we'll see. A lot of healers are very, very close together. I think Oracle's stronger than Void Weaver Coltrane. I think there's a lot of weak spots with Void Weaver that you have to like make up for or play around. I ain't even talking about the game. A practice.
Hello from Germany, smile.
Yo, proudly. Thank you for the 3 months. How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, Plea is taking the place of Renew. So Plea is your cheapest single target, unless you have a Surge proc, right? So mana costs. Flash Heal costs 9k, which means it costs 4.5k if you have a Surge proc. Plea costs like 5.5k. So it's cheaper to apply an Atonement with Flash Heal if you have a Surge. But if you don't, then it's Plea at 5.5, Shield at 6.5, and then Penance is at 4k. So technically, it's actually Penance is the cheapest single target Atonement applier, followed by Surge, Flash Heal, then by Plea. Yeah. Penance also has the benefit of doing healing too. I use Dander's frames. Yep. Yep. Crazy, and I'm working your ass off dieting, going from 153 to 138. Well, when you have more to lose, it's easy to lose more, you know? Different for everybody too. Yo, what up, Kellen? Invite me to your group next time. I know my IO is low. Wasn't yours? I know.
5, 4.
Tell that tank, though. He missed out.
2, 1.
You let him know he missed what he missed out on.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's right. He missed out on the famed Slayer of Illyria. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, no! No! Why did you blink? I had you! No! Bro! Why are you on a cliff? Why are you standing on the cliff? No! Oh, man. Guess, see, that was kind of fast, too. I still got a little bit of speed, a little bit of gas in the tank. Oh man, that was tough. Honk still got it. Yeah, buddy. I cannot believe how many times I've seen that over the years. Grip somebody, they blink or disengage or something. Someone remind me after this. I need to take the follow-up grip talent. I need to save the day. Come on, give me the execute. Give me. There it is. Way to remove debuffs from WoW's raid UI, add-ons, you know, add-on replacement for your raid frames kind of stuff. So it's nice that he bubbled there. It means he's not gonna have bubble for the pull. Probably not. After the boss. I like using Dander's frames, Taha, personally. And I got guides for it on my YouTube. Problem with debuffs right now is it's kind of like an all or nothing situation. You show like everything or you show like nothing. Pretty shit, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, how do you do that, Rob? Because I set my aura blacklist to include lust, and then it still shows in the frames. I was curious about that. You use flash all the time when you have surge procs, and you also get more surge procs the lower your mana is. I'd probably overcast flash heals relative to some of the other logs I've been looking at, but it is the cheapest single target atonement applicator besides defensive penance. That's the cheapest. But when you have a surge proc, the next closest thing is flash heal with the surge proc. Yeah, we'll check it out after this, Rob. We'll see. Maybe I'm missing something. Without surge procs, yeah, whenever you're like getting your final atonement in a ramp, you'll want to use your flash shield because then it'll apply atonement to yourself as well. As long as it's applying a second atonement, it's actually very efficient. But once it's not doing that, then not so much. Because if you think about it, you're applying 2 atonements for 4,500 mana each. Or if you have a surge proc, then you're doing 4,500 mana divided by 2. And that's very efficient. Plea is 5,500 mana. We just looked at this before. I promise I did not memorize it. So your prio goes something along the lines of like defensive penance, surge flash heals, flash heal if it applies atonement to you and somebody else that was not previously present. Then plea, then shield, then hardcasted 1 atonement from flash heal. Hey, what up, Thomas? One death already? You gotta go rewind. You gotta go watch the death, okay? You gotta watch the death. You have to watch what happens. Use that rewind feature, okay? I'm just gonna give you another pain sip. Damn, he uses the bubble thingy. Maybe I should have just let him cook. It's all right. Yeah, now he gets to drop his stacks. Hey, you bet, Cham. Glad to hear it, man. Give me some squid. What a race, dude. I went from like being one of the worst races ever to being like best race ever. Very quickly. Very, very quickly. Just want to say thanks for teaching us all these years. Whenever I come back to WoW, I'm happy you're still around. Thanks, man. Appreciate you always coming back around. I had Chuck got fired up getting an achievement. Like, where's our achievement? Yeah, I mean, some people literally getting up out of their chairs. Because they theorized that there was going to be a secret phase, and then they're like, well, I thought it would have happened at a specific percent or something like that, so it looks like it's not happening. And then, yeah, it's just at 0. It's just at 0. Alright. I don't know, musical chairs here. Bro, this thing is taking forever to deploy. Shadowman's kind of a band-aid, I would say. Like, it helps for sure for, like, protecting people, but I think it would be a lot better if Shadowman made your Flash Shield instant cast. Because when you play as, like, Voidweaver, for example, hard casting the Flash Shield, the Shadowmend, causes you to drop your greater smite stacks, which really, really hurts. Oh. Hopefully that's the tank doing that. Okay. Yeah, the tank sacked me. Good. I was like, if that's the ret sacking me... Oh, man. I'm a little scary. Looking at Heal and WoW, what class would be a good choice? Shaman is probably one of the best ones to get started with. Oh no, no, no. Not even close. Not even close. Oh yeah, I think I've hit uppies before, and it takes me out of the line, doesn't it? I'm pretty sure it does. Damn, we had some damage here. Yeah. That's what I thought, competitive. Am I mad too? Nope. Chilling. DoorDash left your milkshake at the restaurant? Oof. It's a rough day. It's a rough day. Yeah, you heal allies with penance when you play as Oracle. If you play Void Weaver, you use it offensively. It's crazy. I was an advocate for Holy Priest last X Pack and played it no matter what. Didn't like Disc. Now it's the opposite. I enjoy Disc. Yeah, we call that being a traitor, Shep. We call that being a traitor. Don Pipa, thank you for the 2 months. Oh shit, there is a fucking flock. Oh, he bought me? Oh no. He bought me and then the birds ate him. That's tough. That's tough. As Oracle, I almost never use it offensively in keys. You know, there's nothing happening, so I'll hit it right here. You know, there's nothing happening, so I'll hit it right here. Just like nothing happening kind of stuff. But for actual healing, I'll use it defensively, use it on my allies. Yep. I honestly don't know, Bizzle. I haven't really had time to play a bunch of keys. We're just kind of just now getting back into it. But yeah, nothing going on right here. Yeah. I guess it's like a damage setup, Debo, but you lose a lot of healing dropping your Apex talents. Seems like some weird China strat. I don't know. I wish that Warcraft logs would like natively separate Chinese logs, because there's a lot of times where like they do some really goofy shit, and then people are like, "Oh, well, I saw this really high parsing log. Like, should I do this?" And it's like, no, no. Holy Priest does a bunch of healing. Problem with the spec is definitely mana, which is, you know, something I feel like I've talked about a million times throughout beta. I mean, every single healer is doing 18s. It's pretty sick. Like, relatively speaking, the balance is actually quite good. I mean, like sometimes Fear, just context dependent. Sometimes you need to hold on to your penances. Sometimes you just send them for damage, you know? Just context dependent. It's a good kite. Yeah, Priest is tankier than it was, which is nice. It's definitely tankier than it was. But it also is still a priest.
Chic brand.
Yo, Nymph, thank you for the 91 months. Woo. I appreciate it, Fear. Yeah, like watch when we get up these stairs, and that'll probably help a bit. Sort of visualize it. I think I've done a couple 15s. I think I did a 15 Windrunner is holy. Yeah. It does great healing. You just gotta like balance your mana and live. It's like when you have cooldowns up, you're really strong. When you don't have cooldowns up, But at the moment, I mean, Holy's done 18s. I think in a 19 as well. I was perusing. I'm catching up. I'm catching up. How? No. 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 Alright. Alright. Yeah, I think Clemens is still top of the Holy IO board. And he was playing a lot of Holy Priest, and I was talking to him a bunch throughout beta. Oh, hello, Tank. Goodbye, Tank. By the way, we are retreating. We are retreating. I'm gonna hit my fade button, and I'm stunned, and I'm gonna pain sub myself to try to live. There we go, we're so back. Okay. Dispelling, dispelling. Okay, I got pets, I got execute, I got purges, I got shields. Yo, I've been in some. Yeah, that's another good point too. Is that like when the party is taking equal amounts of damage, Holy Priest feels really good. They can do like alright with prio healing, but not that insane. Yeah, Pally's down, grats. That owns, that owns. No. I gotta teach these guys about the tempo res, baby. We need more tempo reses here. It's a little back-to-back penance, a little fear. Cannot be having all this damage downtime. Well, my experience in beta was that, like, some tanks felt immortal and would never kite, and then others actually felt like it was hell for them. That's been kind of how today has gone. Like, immortal, immortal, immortal. Oh my god, they're running for their lives. Yeah, meanwhile, Brewmaster. Yep. How do you heal when you don't have ads to execute with Shadow or Death? You play off like your evangelism, which still benefits from Shadow or Death, even outside of execute range. I'll show you right here. See the Dread Raven's gonna go off. I'm gonna spawn my pet nice and early. Dread Raven's gonna cast Winds First on me. I put up some shields. I know I have an execute target, but I'll just ignore it for right now and just kind of show you that, like, when you're making these extra attacks, when you already have your Shadow Fiend out, or I guess it's your Mindbender because of evangelism. When you have your Mindbender out, hitting your Mind Blast, your Penances, triggers Inescapable Torment. Even Shadow or Death, outside of execute, triggers Inescapable Torment. Those extra pet attacks, one, converts into healing, and then two, it also helps you with pet uptime, which means they do more attacks, they regen more mana for you, all that kind of stuff.
Hey, Thanks for the guides as always. Going for title in M?
Yo, thank you, Nicholas. Thank you for the 8 months, dude. Yeah, we're gonna get title this season. Might be on Priest. I think it will. We'll see, though. I'm kind of just focusing on Raid first. I have not had time to push keys until now. Give me a little bit of that execute. Dragon's Bits for Priest in raiding, because there's so many knockbacks and shit going on. Kind of an insane amount of knockbacks. We're too far behind. It's go over again next season. All right. See you next time. See you next time. Depends on what's going on. Since this fight has a lot, like, more tick damage, I'll hold on to my penances until they're about to go on cooldown. And then I'll send it for moments like this. You know, it's like a quick way to pool up your healing. Here, I'm pooling. I'm sending. See, something like that. It's just like small ways to hold on to penances, you know? But it's certainly like context dependent. Depends on what you need, depends on when the next big damage event's coming out. See, I'm pooling. I'm not letting myself over cap. Because if you do, that means you lose out on the potential for void shields. And we really enjoy the void shields. Here I can just send my evangelism, which procs my mindbender, hit my execute, procs more pet attacks. Kind of feeling myself here, so I'll send some penances just pretty freely since I'm in execute now. Nothing can really stop me. Hit my uppies, do some more damn. Toads, thank you for the new sub, man. Yeah, like here I'm just freely sending because I'm in execute. I sent penance offensively maybe like 20% of the time. Especially on fights like Paladins, where you could dot spread with it pretty effectively. That one's always a good situation for it. Heal initial big pulls, always seem to be struggling to keep everyone up. The most immediate thing you can do is just slam down Slink and just deploy all your totems as fast as you possibly can. If you know that damage is coming up, being aggressive with like Ascendance and using that earlier helps out an insane amount. That stuff is like super, super helpful. Talent loadout, same thing in my WoW head guides. I'm taking this talent. I did Void Weaver Disc earlier in the VOD if you wanted to watch it back, Nick. It's okay. It just has more weak spots, more blind spots, basically. Eating man kibble, seen a video. That's what ground beef and rice being called now. Yeah. Gai Chow. AKA the dog bowl. Yeah, dude. Finishing it off right now. It's good. It's worth it, man. It's worth it. Got that. I got a little bowl of spinach. Polish that off. Breeze, thank you for the 4 months. Listen, eat it all the time? Yeah. Dude, I mean, if people are trying to lose weight or get healthier, like, get 5 or 6 different kind of seasoning packets for some ground beef. Make sure you cook your rice in, like, chicken broth or beef broth or something like that, whatever you like. Get a couple different hot sauces. Find a veggie. Yeah. Yeah, I saw Shadowman procs CDM. Not here. Buffs. Yeah, just make sure you have it here. Aizen, thank you for the new sub. How's it going after such an unexpected long world first? I was tired when I got back. Let me tell you, I was tired. But it was fun. It was really fun. I went to the gym yesterday and I just like hurt all over. I'm glad I went though. Doesn't show for you? So like when you click on this buffs menu, you don't have any shadow men that you could drag in there or anything. I had a blast with it, dude. It's called M+ timer, Dominic, for the key timer. Are you talented into Shadow Mend as well? Are you in disc spec? I don't know, I kind of see everything here. I don't have any like add-on that, I don't know, maybe just try installing better cooldown manager, maybe? I don't think it has an impact. How do I make the rice? I have a little like rice cooker. Toss that in, hit the white rice button, and then it's done in like 15 minutes or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, Dad's home in COG. How you doing, man? Any other fights to offensive penance? I think that's kind of most of it. Unless you're specifically like dot spreading for a reason. So, Fluffy, thank you for the 7 months. I have a lot of haste mix. I talked to the mathematicians before the tier started. They said just get a lot of haste. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, I got the leech chest. Trinket's Gigabist haste? Yeah, it is. Unfortunately, I gotta walk with a Locust Walker ribbon and keys, which really blows. I mean, I guess I should put on the Elseer. I should, actually. I'm kind of trolling. Now that I think about it. I'm kind of just doing a little bit of trolling for fun. Juice this up a little bit. Do I actually have crests? I have flicks.
May you find what you seek.
I do have flicks. What do you put the bulwarks and weapons on? Usually you'll put those on like DPS. The sword doesn't do like more or less damage or anything like that depending on who you cast it on. That you get a little bit of like tempered in battle kind of transfers and stuff. But the shield is basically just putting it on anybody who's squishy that you want to have a little bit of extra defensive value onto. It's not anything too complicated.
Good health to you.
The skies call to me.
I don't have a Heart of Wind, but I would probably use it if I had it. But Gaze is certainly better than Ribbon and Keys, though. So we're going to run that. Exclamation point, guides, has all my talents and stuff. Let's take Sky Reach off our list as well. Ribbon is really good in raids. Ribbon is extremely good in raids. Seat, Pit, Magister, Zenus. I haven't done a Zenus. Zenus in a while. Which one, Sato? I'm using a lot of add-ons. I haven't actually tried the Litany trinket in Nexus Point. I got a Litany, I think I had a Champ track, and then I haven't really had to use it. Haven't had to use it since. LFG window? I don't have any add-ons for it. Don't have any. I set up like some filters, but that's about it. So let's see what Question of the Epic has. If you haven't checked this out before, it's really good for ranking your trinkets. They don't always have everything laid out for dungeons. Like it says Locust Walker Ribbon's good, but I don't think it actually is for dungeons. But as you can see, things like Veilgore's Vinyl Stay are really highly rated for dungeons, and they kind of like fall off a cliff. Yeah.
Welcome back from
I'd probably say
RWF.
like Litany, Gaze, Hard Wind are always like good ones to target though. RG, thank you for the 10 months, dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's good to be home, man. It's good to be home. Yeah, I don't know about that, Sam. I don't have any add-ons for my LFG. All my add-ons, my whole list is in the Wago client. Like you can see an entire like list of everything I'm using there. I don't know, maybe it's like Mask if that's like skinning everything. Maybe. Oh baby, Magister 16. This is our Super Bowl. This is our Super Bowl. Let's do it. Let's do it. How challenging was casting Mythic splits? It was exhausting. It was exhausting. Oh, man. Glad I don't have to be doing that now. That's for sure. Glad I don't have to be doing any of that right now. But I think the biggest thing with Mythic splits is like... It's kind of an inevitability with like the raid style. Even though I really like multiple raids and the staggered release, it also comes with that downside. Yeah, I played Voidweaver earlier today if you want to go back in the VOD. It's solid. There's just like weak spots to it, you know? There's just some annoying weak spots. No rogue. Yeah, how's your prog been in COG? Last I heard, we needed to get you into some normal gear. How have things changed since? You juice now? Nah, I went back to expiation and stuff for this key. Went all back to expiation. Big execute value. So this is, what do they say, 16? Yeah, 16 Magisters.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Expect 2 weeks after most people, so it's behind on launch. Yeah. Gotta catch up.
5.
Yeah, I played Encroaching Shadows, Will. There's just not that many times where I effectively want to be dot spreading. So I'm just not running with it for when I play Oracle. Oh, we are getting casted on a bunch, though. I'm gonna rip a fear after this. Perfect. And then huge knockback. Gonna push these guys again. I pulled up my my penances there so that we were able to just like slam them down really quick when that knockback hits. Oh man, this opens way quicker. I love that it's a lot easier now to take the Oh, that's not good. Okay, we're good. Let's execute. Now I need to turn my treadmill back on. Where is it? Here it is. Yo, thanks for the follow, Alf. Come here. 4, 5, 6. This should be fine. Please execute. There we go. I don't wait. Thought I had a lot of hasting at 32%. I gotta bump those numbers up. Gotta bump those numbers up. Helps that I have a Void Suffuser, which is like turbo haste. Tons of baseline haste as well. Yo, thanks for the rose, Granddaddy. 13%? Oof. Oh my god, we just pulled a bunch of extra. Okay. Let's see how we can do this. So I'm gonna just stare at the big guy to see when he's gonna do his knockback. Right here. Now we're searching for executes. New execute. There we go. Yep, going for the nice little walk rail. Oh, and the share. Appreciate it, Granddaddy. Thank you, dude. Thank you, dude. Yeah, we're just going for a little walk, doing some keys. Finally home from race to world first. Yeah, what up, lub? Oh, I know. I had one ad so far that exploded randomly on me, Rop, and I didn't get a chance
Welcome
to
back.
hit the execute.
Crazy RWF this time around.
Right, Steve? Went from like one of the worst race to world first to one of the best. Yo, appreciate it, Alf. Thank you, man. Combat text so clean. What does handle that? I don't know if it's enhanced QOL that changes your combat text around. I don't think I have anything like I messed around with though. I know of. See, the Void Spire was a cool raid. But when things just die really quickly, you don't really get to fully appreciate, you know, the cool stuff around it. Yeah. Thank you, Maddie. What's going on? Where'd my mana go? Oh, shit. It went to the Shadow Realm. Just like we're about to send these guys. There we go. There we go, there we go. Yeah, see, I thought I'm still surprised that like Cell hasn't been like developed more. So I was like, okay, there's gonna be all kinds of add-ons to test out that I missed out on. Like, surely Cell will be ready and everything, and nope. Do I soak these? Oh my god, we soak these. Oh, yeah, I'm dodging that shit. Yep, there we go. No. Yeah, I've been enjoying Dander's frames. I've got no complaints. Usually the treadmill's like 1.1 miles an hour. It's not that fast, because I want to be able to just like talk and play the game and everything like that. I'm not trying to do like heavy cardio. I'm just trying to avoid sitting down. Yep. Cell Dev had some IRL issues. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. All healers, thankfully, have been able to do 18s, and some of them have been doing higher. So, like, healer balance is actually, like, really good in keys. I think this is, like, around the closest it's ever been for the start of an expansion for healers doing similar levels of keys. Dang, he just let that one go right by. Holding keys is fun. I like playing it. The challenge, I think, for the spec is just being able to maintain your mana. Because when damage gets higher and higher and big keys, you just need to spam more prayer of healing. Outside of cooldowns, when you don't have surge procs, stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier, Zeev, and it's just like, it's weird how all the healers that do a lot of like high hits, or sorry, weak hits, but high frequency, big passive AoE healers have been like dominating, and everybody who does like big chunky healing, like Pally, Holy Priest, is just kind of like falling by the wayside. It's probably because there's so much of the damage concentrated in these like 20-30 second dots. And you kind of get like a Holy Light situation where lots of these heals just like feed into overheal. Could happen again. My execute. There it is. Okay. Yeah, pre-recorded dungeon footage. I'm using Dander's frames, Arthuria. Cell has been kind of like incomplete and in like a buggy beta mode for a while now. Tempo res, maybe? Oh. No, I'm using Platinator. I don't think KUI ever got updated. Unless it was recently. I think I looked at it like a month ago and it was still not there. Yeah, there's just so many things that like wombo combo you. I'll have mana. That's the bright side. Favorite dungeon of the season? I feel like Seat's pretty fun. I feel like Magister's Terrace is going to get kind of old. Mainly because of these hallway pulls. Mainly because of these kind of hallway pulls. You said Seat Masochist? I feel like Seat's a more fair healing dungeon than this one. Not gonna lie. Hey, Thump. Wowhead.com, dude. I write the guides for Holy and Disc Priest. All my builds are there. Oh, they're not closing the doors as quickly. Huh, isn't that nice? Took them long enough. Well, it's like sometimes the hallway it just doesn't really have what I would call like healable damage. You just take like 2 massive hits back to back, and there's not really much you can do for it. Unless you're pre-defensiving, pre-pain stuffing people.
3, 2, 1.
That kind of thing. Hey, we healing with disc. So you proc these extra healing effects on your allies whenever you defensive penance or you penance a friendly. So I'm gonna tell him to go. While I hit my ultimate penitence. There we go. So what happens is whenever you activate your pet, either through a Shadow or Death and Execute or from Evangelism, then anytime you Mind Blast, Shadow or Death, or Penance, you trigger an additional attack, and you extend the duration. So your pet's damage is converting into Atoma healing,
3, 2,
and this extra attack that they do called Inescapable Torment also converts into a healing. So right here, I'm just gonna hit the Execute, start spawning pets. Traveler, thank you for the 3 months. And so right now, we're at a point where we're just gonna have to sit there and eat a dot. And since it's between the mage and between the tank, I'm just mashing healing into the mage. And then pinging which one I want to go first, which is always gonna be the DPS player. And then you also wanna make sure you purge Serenel. Anytime that he says, I am unyielding, he gets this like tank boost. I think it's like an auto attack boost or something like that. So you always wanna make sure you are purging. And then whenever you're channeling, you can also drink here. But yeah, Radiance to apply Atonement to everybody, Defensive Penance to do real healing, make sure you have your dots up on a target, Shadow or Death them, even outside of Execute, it does a bunch of damage. And keep in mind that if you have pets out, Mind Blast and Penance are also going to be producing some extra juice for you. So like this approach can be kind of annoying, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep on dotting. Keep on dotting, keep on dotting. Then we're going to find a target like a little voidling, which we know is going to die decently quickly. Hit a defensive penance into our tank, put up shields, watching for my execute, watching for my execute, watching for my execute. I get it, I get a pet, find a higher health target, hit a Mind Blast, which triggers an additional attack. A penance, either offense or defensively, triggers that additional attack. Find a new execute target, hit a Shadow or Death on him. Ideally, I would have had a dot on him, but that's okay. we're constantly finding new execute targets all the time, so we just try to make sure we're getting pets. Want lots and lots of these pets. It's gonna help us later on. Ooh, stay alive. No. And here we have little unstable voidlings to hit. Deploy big boy pet by hitting evangelism. Big damage is going out, big damage is going out. Searching for new executes. Targeting this Void Terror guy. Put up some shields. Looks like this timing's gonna be pretty nice. Hit the execute, switch to the big guy, because by the time that he starts AoEing again, that's gonna mean I can just execute off of him. So waiting for it, waiting for it. Fat Shadow or Death. Defensive Penanceing myself. Shadow Mending myself. Maintaining my dot on my primary execute target. And smashing Shadow or Death on cooldown. Since you have to wait a long time for more damage to come up from him, you might as well just keep on spamming executes. So. There we go. Shields can crit as well, Butters. Shields can crit as well. You also just gain a lot of value from crit in general. And also, like,
THX for the guides. UI and content, Jack.
Shields are good for sure, but they're not like even the majority of your healing. They are a slice of it. Now you can play like a shield build and stuff, and then you can go like heavy into mastery and everything, but it's still not going to be better output than this kind of build. So this is definitely S tier in raids, yeah. And plus, I don't know. There's a lot of like decent key balance going on right now. I think Pally is doing better than Disc last time I saw it on the charts, but that's like 1 key level difference or something like that. It's pretty close. Ooh, another execute. Yeah. Yo, what up, Chaos? Yeah, you want to penance your allies, Brett, when you play as Oracle. Yeah. Because when you do that, it triggers an additional heal. It used to be called Contrition. I don't know if it's called something else now. But basically, every bolt of penance, when you heal an ally with it, also heals everybody with your atonement on it for every bolt. And penance applies atonement, and it does it very, very, very cheaply. So, you got a couple different good options there. Thankfully, I have some Shadowmens. Took a second for them to pop up. And I can pre-cast a Shadowmend here. Chop that off. Keep an eye out for execute targets. Do Devouring Strike on the tank. Double Shadowmend. Double Penance. And he's back. Serpent, thank you for the new sub. Who's getting the next big hit? It's the Mage. Alright. Waiting, waiting, waiting. Shadow Mending. Shadow Mending. Hitting the execute button. And we're chilling. Nice, Carablast. That owns, dude. Please tell me to be healer tuning. I have no idea when the next round of healer tuning's coming around. I don't think they've announced any upcoming ones. I guess besides the 1205. That'll probably be the next one, if I had to guess. Make sure you have the most up-to-date version, Chumpy, for Dangerous Frames. There, they just got a fix that is improving the FPS. It's all the DPS. Serbidemer, thank you for the new sub. Did I miss any? Pink Floyd, thank you for the 2 months as well. I think I got Serpent as well. I think Disc is a little better Ironfoot, but they're pretty close. Both of them are within like 1 key of each other. So like, it's actually pretty good balance. You can just play what you would like and you'll be totally fine. No, I thought Cell would have been back by now, George, but nothing, dude. Chat was saying earlier that the developer might have had some IRL stuff going on. But I don't know for sure. I think Danner's been great. I'm really enjoying it. Hey, Musketeer, holy crap. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Welcome into Holy Kai, Rios, Merculus, Dr. John Shard. And then there's one more. And Fishy Cracker. Let's go. Thank you, Musketeer. Probably the worst possible time to read subs. It's okay. We all lived. We all lived. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Getting used to streaming again. This is like, I'm pretty sure it's like the longest break I've had from streaming. Maybe ever. Gotta find my tank. Gotta find my tank. Thank you, Muzz. I appreciate it, bro. 10 minutes, 13% of trash. All right, we're chilling. You know, 16 without trying? I'm trying. But I also just had a lot of practice in beta. So much of healing is just understanding your buttons, what they do, how to use them without staring at your action bars, and then also understanding where the damage comes from. So like on that jellyfish fight, you know, when you're getting dragged in, if you just kind of hit a decent amount of healing, it'll be enough to keep everybody alive through the ticking. You know, it might deal like 110% of everyone's HP, so if you just hit for like 50% of everyone's HP, then, you know, people will be like 60% or something like that. They'll be fine. They'll be good enough. You won't have to worry too much. You can cover like some of the damage going out. You'll run out of mana as Disc if you're over casting Powered Shield, or if you're not running this squid build. If you run like a shield build, the shield builds are like pretty good. They're not bad, but they're also really rough on your mana. So when you're just always casting Powered Shield all the time, it can drain your mana really easily. But when you play this Executes heavy build, you spawn pets whenever you Shadow or Death a target below 20%, and then the pets are going to attack, and they're going to regen mana for you. So it's a really easy way. It's a really, really easy way to regen mana. You can see that entire pull, and at 94%. Just chilling. All right, please no pet pulls.
I know what to do. I need to attune the Sinister to the Void Storm. What is that?
Oh yeah, you want to go over there? By all means. By all means. Good eye, Mr. Tank. Good eye. Taking your time. My time WoW never once healed. Now I'm scared to learn and try. Too much pressure. Dude, you got this. On my YouTube, you can see it in my bio.
Only half a year left, Pog. Chick blue chick love wife wants me to get a haircut and shave Sag.
Gotta listen to the wife, Juki. Thank you for the 94 months. But yeah, Schultz, check my YouTube, man. I've got a bunch of like new player guides and returning player guides for healing and going over all kinds of that stuff. Just take some practice. You can do it. I'm just gonna hit uppies around this point. And then I'm gonna follow it up with a trinket.
Mr. Dum Dum, give me Gum Gum.
I'm gonna do a little bit less execute, but it'll help me right here. Kaz, thank you for the 2 months. And then we're gonna extend and execute. Almost there. Yep, we're in our execute. I'm just gonna hit that button for him. Yeah, buddy. We got 3K. Let's go. I got a carrion. Still in Austin? Yeah. I just got back from Race to World first. Nah, Cell's not out yet, Lucian. Not yet. Optimize execute Shadow or Deaths on Illyria. Oh yeah. Set up a mouse over macro and kind of hunt down little blobs when you can. I should have streamed it. Ooh, big seat. Mythic. Just rip paints up on big pulls or wait till the tank needs it. I think for blood DKs, prot pallies, chat, help me out. I think for a lot of the tanks, you want to just rip it on the pull, especially when you're pugging, because you don't know what these tanks are gonna do. You know, I would always recommend just like rip a paints up as they walk into these pulls, just kind of see what's going on. Game. So we've always played Disc, still blows my mind even when it's subpar. I don't think any healer is subpar, thankfully. I don't think any healer is subpar in keys. Reactive healer for someone, for a DPS player? You would do like probably Totemic Shaman would probably be the best one. Like I'm basically just gonna rip paints up on the pull for the Brewmaster. They're usually not ones that need it that heavily, but this pull is nasty. This pull is like really, really nasty. So Totemic and Farsi are pretty close together, but I think Totemic's doing a little higher. I think they're like 1 key level ahead. I don't think either of them are like bad, you know? I don't think either are bad, thankfully. Yeah. Getting that IO though. Seat'll be really hype. I might go see if I have my AC. Because it is hot in this room. One sec. Where did I put that? Here it is. Whew. Alright. It's getting toasty in the room. I gotta figure out where to plug it in at. This here's pretty good in keys. Yeah. This here's pretty good. Publicly say I hate Lightweaver Archon. You could drop Lightweaver in raids. Are we on the treadmill today? You know it. All right. Thanks for the patience, guys. Shaman tank spec? Yeah. Yeah. I've totally been untouched. I feel like that's a question I get every time. I'm playing Disc right now. Playing Disc right now. Not taking the Apex talent on our Druid. It's kind of crazy. I've seen it for raids. I don't know if people are doing that for M+ though, but I definitely saw that for raids. Food bookshelf. Hmm.
5, 4, 3.
I don't think Holy Priest is that bad. I mean, all the healers are within a key level of each other. Not when you play as Oracle. You don't take dot spread. Nah, because you're spending too much time.
There was a race.
Defense
I guess.
penance.
3.
Empa, thank you for the 67 months. Woof. Wait for the first round of AoE. Cleanse. Oh my god, these Shadowmens. Oh my god. Oh, Guild Wars mentioned, Coffee. Guild Wars mentioned. Our Druid raid tips? I have not played it this time around in raids. Yo, what up, Gucci? How you been, bro? Yo, Rubik's, thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back, welcome back. Leeching Void on me. And it's cleansed. Better than keys, H-Pal or disc? I think H-Pal is a little better. There's a lot of ways you can just completely remove damage from the situation, which I think is really, really busted. I'm just gonna hit this button. Hopefully Glaz lives. He does not. He got bolted. He got bolted. Yeah, so I use penance on allies to heal them. When you play with this setup, I'll have a TikTok about it tomorrow, Husky. When you play with this setup, it's all about your dots doing a lot of damage and your pets doing a lot of damage. And then the healing side is like defensive penance, healing allies with it. Prog's great. We are 7-9 and we got really close on Bird last night. But I think a lot of people kind of got it in their mind that like, we'll kill Bird on Monday, and there wasn't any way we'd kill it tonight or last night. So probably could have if we like really clutched up, but it's okay. We kill it tomorrow or Monday. Monday's our next raid day. Oh my god. Okay. Conference Plus? I don't know. I've been away for race. I did a couple 15s with some friends last week. And then I just did, you know, like weekly 10s and that was it. A little bit, Benjamin, yeah. but I think all the healers are like pretty close together in keys. It's hard to find mythic groups at 245. Yeah, you gotta be doing mythic zeros. I think you're at a point where you gotta be doing your M0s first. Get gear from like praise. I don't even know if you could do LFR at 245. Yeah, you still got some more gearing to do. Oh no. Oh no. There we go, that's a good kite. Yo, Sebby, thank you for the GGs. Oh my god, we're all dead. That's tough. That is very tough.
I have many wares.
It's not the end of the world. You can always go again. Yeah, TNT. Successful streamer, think it's beneficial for a beginner streamer to invest in overlay artwork and badges, so on and so forth, or not at all? Not at all. If you're just getting started with streaming, you should just get a good mic. And only stream when you're, I don't know, doing something that you yourself would watch and you yourself would tune into. Sure. I've seen a lot of people with like smaller streams and working on like streaming and grinding, and then they also like will AFK for like an hour and get dinner. And it's like, you know, you don't need to stream more hours. You want to just, you know, make the time that you are streaming be as exciting and fun as possible. The key like lowers a level, basically, if you fail, so that 16 turned into a 15. This just plays weirdly now, Jake. You gotta get kind of used to like your dots, your execute, spawning pets, and your pets helping you do more healing. It's a lot less direct than it used to be, where it was like hit penance, do damage, and you heal everybody. You know, it's a bit different. I'll have a TikTok first thing tomorrow talking about it though. Oh, only got a second. We're doing a 17 pit. Whew. Good to be back, Levi. I gotta get some airflow going in here. Joints your tutorials for dungeons help you a lot. Just want to say thank you. Let's go, Laura. Glad to hear it. Mindbender spawn for infinite window healing. Yeah, but I don't really miss a lot of like the extra complexity that War Within had. I'm glad they did some pruning. Not everybody got the right amount of pruning, but some of them did. Prop alleys, I feel like they're either invincible or they're just about to perish. Doesn't feel like there's a lot of in between. Yep. No, it doesn't spread an user if you use it defensively. Nope. Where? Here we go. Started healing the season, started playing WoW at the beginning of last expansion, and your H Pally video turned your 14 parses into 77. Let's go. Glad to hear it. That's the wrong door. It's over here. Sebby, thanks so much for the new sub. Yo, what a White Hound. They're both really close together, hires. I think this might be like slightly better. We'll see. I'm playing Disc right now of time. Preferred healer? I think it's still Rested Druid on top, but like so many healers are so close together in keys. You could really just get away with playing what you like and just playing it well, you know? A lot of the top Rio switched to full Wheeling Well, Eternal Barrier, Big Shield with no pets. I tried it and it's great. I tried it earlier today, and so if you look at just Archon, it shows all the stats like leaning in that direction, but that doesn't actually tell you the full story. If you look at like the top 10 or 15 for like NA and EU, a lot of people are still playing this Execute build. A couple people like Starscream are playing Void Weaver, and then it's really like the Chinese that are dominating playing the like shield heavy builds. But the logs that you look at, people run out of mana so fast when they play these shield builds. So like they're pretty good for your 10s and 12s. Actually, they're very good for your 10s and 12s. But I think as you get into higher level, you're gonna need some more oomph. And that's what the Execute really provides for you. Brethren, thank you for the 5 months. So that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. Damn. We need that curse to spell. And you execute. Health pot. Shadowmen, Shadowmen. There it goes. There it goes. Yeah, Panda gives you double food buff, and after all the stat squishing, your food buffs are really, really strong. Yeah, it's just a little treadmill and everything, Kinzer. Nah, I'm playing Priest. I main healers. I main Priest for like over a decade. Oh no. Oh no. Does this break me out? It does! Oh, that owns. You just hit ultimate penitence while you're being picked up and it stops it. That's incredible. I've got Gaze and then I've got the Void Suffuser trinket. Those are my like 2 M+ trinkets right now. He's gone. Oh my gosh. Warlock is getting bullied. Oh man. Yeah, exclamation mark UI has all my add-ons and stuff. But I do use Platinator for nameplates. I don't know what the Warlock could have done on that one. I don't know what he could have done on that one. He got kind of nuked. I love these Risen Soldiers here. It actually makes the fight, or the pulls, like way, way easier. We're just gonna pain sup, re-up some dots, put up some shields. I think we go round 2 on that pain sup. We go around 2. What up, Anoop? Plea to get a Toman up again in raids, not in M+ though. It's called the add-on is literally called M Plus Timer. Yeah, the one I'm using. Yeah. I gotta go back. Drop combat. There we go. Still using Dander's frames. I'm not sure what they're really gonna do with tuning. I feel like the next Race to World First is gonna have to be kind of quick. Because otherwise it's gonna be like right on top of BlizzCon. So usually in these like second raid patches or the second seasons, that's usually where they like balance out the hero talents and other builds a lot better. So it's kind of what I'm hoping for. That's what I'm hoping for. So exclamation mark UI has all my add-ons and stuff. And I also, if you want to set up stuff yourself, I've got multiple Dander's frames guides and all that kind of stuff on my YouTube. Yep. Oh, that's not good. Oh, nice. It dragged me above it. Cool. Well, we're getting dropped. We live. I don't even know if you can paint up the damage from that. Nah, Fade works on snares, which are basically slowing effects. The Gargoyle picks you up and roots you. So he could Tiger's Lust me out of it. You can do that. 17's feel? Pretty bursty. This is my first 17 of the season. I'm a little worried about... I'm a little worried about Garfrost. Garfrost might try to ruin my day. I need a little execute. There we go. Yeah, you're stunned when you're getting dropped. Otherwise, yeah, you could levitate. But you're stunned. You could levitate somebody else as long as they don't like fall too quickly. Yeah. While you're being lifted into the air, you could. I don't know, but like when you take damage, it removes levitate. So I think pre-casting a levitate, you would still take damage. That would remove the levitate, and then you'd fall. Yeah. The best thing is literally just have the tank Tiger's Lust somebody. Yeah, Pally Freedom as well. Yep. Rescue also. Yep. Jet, thank you for the 33 months. It's kind of like there's enough things out there that you could do that you should probably just like organize a comp around just having one of those things and you'll never even have to think about it again. That seems to be the angle. do want to get some mana, but if I have perma execute, that should also be fine. Not ideal. Not ideal. Get ready to be casting a lot of spites. It feels less rewarding? No. Not really. I feel like things are a lot more, like, I think I can power heal through a lot more damage than War Within, where so many things would just, like, straight one-shot you. Like, there's still some one-shot type stuff around. We saw some wombo combos in Keys earlier. But I think it's also a lot less prevalent. Yeah. There is a section for avoidable damage, Guts, that you can look up and you can see how much avoidable or unavoidable damage certain people are taking. That's in the default raid frames. So you can see that firsthand. That's available to you. And then a lot of it is like just learning from your mistakes, because there's always something more that you could be doing. Randy, thank you for the 88 months. Kinda don't love sending these cooldowns right away, but I think we kinda have to. Both from mana regen and just kind of like a safety perspective. We started the fight with low mana. But it seems like we're kind of catching up, and we're about to be in execute range, which will be really good. Oh, there we go. This is a 17. 17 seat. Advice for Resto Shamans. Same advice I would give every single healer if they were like starting off or looking to improve or anything. Understand where the damage is coming from. Understand what is dealing damage to your party. And everything with healing gets so much easier. Once you understand why damage is happening instead of just reacting to the damage, you are going to be in so much better shape. Yeah, click to heal. Left click flash heal, shift right click is powered shield, shift middle mouse is powered radiance. You don't really use play in dungeons, nah. Not really. Aw. I will find my execute. I found my execute. Boom. Doing great, Zul. How you been, man? Trying to teach them that being preemptive versus reactive is better. Yeah, and there's a lot of like reactive healers, but too many times I see people worrying about like, what do I do when I panic? You know, it's like the better that you can avoid that panic situation because you know what's going to happen next, the easier it gets. Yeah. I need to play some Lightsmith Pally today, Judas. Yeah. But my Pally is so awfully geared. I think I could heal the 10. But getting invited to the 10 is a different story. But I do want to play some today. Yeah, never leave things unpressed. It's like until you really, really, really understand a dungeon, the pull you're on is the most important pull of the dungeon. Holding on to stuff for like the boogeyman of what about this possible dangerous situation on the horizon? Like, don't even worry about it. Worry about this pull right in front of you. That is your Super Bowl. That is your biggest thing. Yeah, I'm playing Oracle right now. Got a request video on how important it is. Oh, to know what's about to happen? Yeah, I have to figure out how to make something like that. Hey, what up, Lucy? I saw really high-end evokers echoing some Dream Breaths, but it was also after they'd already echoed like all their reversions, and they just needed like more healing. It was like they were dealing with burst, and they were running a talent instead of Lifegiver's Flame. They were running, I think it's Inner Flame is what it's called, where after they hit stasis, their hots are just more effective. I think that's the one. So it made sense for them to echo that. No idea, Doom. No idea what the future holds. Hopefully they do. If you're pugging and tanks pull too much, what do? Hit every single cooldown and try to keep yourself alive. Sometimes you like lose a DPS or something like that in the process, but you basically just kind of owe it to yourself to hit every single button. Missed my execute on that guy. And now my treadmill turned off again. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Mystery this season, doing well. 2,700 right now. Let's go. Playing the Zero Apex Mystery Rebuild with friends, but they're telling me I'm trolling. Is it not viable anymore? I am not sure. But if I was going to go look it up, I would go to the Archon site. I would go to the Archon site, and then I'd start looking at like the top 5 people playing keys. Because they'll also link logs. So if you go to like the rotation section on Archon, you can see the top logs and see what they're doing. I thought no Apex is still fine. But especially when your friends are yapping, best way to shut them up is just to give them the data. It's not a guarantee though. I had somebody tell me that mages were still really tanky, so I linked them the charts showing them being like some of the highest deaths in raid right now and stuff, and they're like, oh, that's just a skill issue for every single mage out there. Yeah, I thought Meg's most recent video was talking about how they were running without an Apex talent. Vikoras? Nah, using better cooldown manager. Top 2 monks are both still not using Apex talents. See, there you go. Yeet. The M Plus overview is called M Plus Timer. It's a reload add-on. Oh yeah, we gotta do that. That means we get some mana. Minimap, sexy maps. And I think it's called Simple Square is the template in the add-on that I use. The monster is green tea. Yeah, they have green tea monsters now.
Let's go at AutomaticJak. You do find yourself able to use penance offensively multiple times, correct?
No, I'm using it defensively to heal. If you played Void Weaver, you could use it offensively. But when you play as Oracle, you use it defensively. Thank you for the 9 months, Judas. Me too, J4. 19 seat yesterday. What is that, a 1/6 of a second? Oh my god, that's a heartbreaker. Yeah, it's not carbonated. It's one of the monster rehabs, and they're not carbonated. Imba Mouse, thank you for the new sub. Decent job casting this tier. Of course, you always do well, but this tier is special. Thanks, man. I had a blast. Went from one of the worst Race the World first ever to like one of the best. It's insane. Yeah, the more dots you have, the more damage you do, skill. Shay, thank you for the gifted White Hounds. Thank you, dude. Love you, Shay. Thank you, man. Stop jumping all over the place, sleeping geists. Just sit there and give me my execute. Oh, stay out there now. No, no. Fine. I'm gonna wait for this guy to drop low, which thankfully we are. Team is kind of laying down the pipe. Let's go. Oh, welcome back, Bizzle. Yeah, Pit's growing on me too. Yo, White Hounds, thank you for paying it forward and gifting the sub right back. Thank you, dude. Do you retry in the high keys usually? Sometimes. When they get to a high enough level, you know, you're gonna fail, you're gonna make mistakes. Some of the people with the highest number of depleted keys are some of the highest key players, you know?
Hello, Mr. Broadcaster. Are you Team Tom or Team Jerry?
Ooh. Tom or Jerry? I don't know. Maybe it's because I watched a little bit of Tom propaganda when he was the cowboy and he shot his cigarette in the air and then lit it that way. But it was pretty badass. Might have to just go with Tom. All right. Yeah. Oh, of course, Flixie. Thank you for the dono. How do I remember that? Oh, I literally just saw like a clip of it randomly on Twitter the other day. They were like, man, Tom's got game or something like that. Thank you for the $6.09. Nice. Yeah, I don't know why it popped up on my feed, but that's, you know, of all the things that you could see on twitter.com, it's quite good. It's better than other things. Don't make mistakes. It's always the healer's fault. True. How much time we have? We have a bajillion seconds. Easy way to tell the debuffs need to be dispelled. Your dispel overlay and add-ons like Dander's frames can change the color of the entire frame. I've got a video on my YouTube about it. Just ultimate Dander's frame guide. That makes it a lot easier to see everything. Oh, I hate this bit on the pull. It's okay. It's okay. Beginning of the pull is actually one of the scariest times in this fight. Yeah, I'm just going for a little walk, Jimmy. And then when I'm done, I can just tuck it in underneath my desk. Actually. Oh! Whoa! All the healers are within like 1 key level of each other. I mean, I could probably do the next one as Holy if people really, really wanted to see it. Damage meters? I have details, but all the damage meters, not gonna lie, just kind of suck. What up, Zoo? $14K steps today. Let's go. That sounds phenomenal. All right, I'm getting into position. Claiming my land. More haste. Get more haste, dog. Get those haste numbers up. I'm at 43%. Whoa! Whoa! All right. Nah, you want to go haste, Judas? Haste, haste, haste. Holy does not care about haste. You might want like a little bit, you know, you don't want 0, but Holy Priest does not want the haste. You have a lot of instant cast spells. You don't really gain much by just casting a little bit faster. Easy. All right. How much I owe was that? 100 points. 100 points. ATT. You penance allies, demon. I have a Disc Priest guide on my YouTube if you guys want to check it out. Goes over all the stuff. All the things.
No, you monster! I could not save them. Damn you, Arthur.
Yeah, Disc is doing well.
Damn you.
Disc is doing well.
Is gone. We must keep moving. Our objective is near.
End screen recap is details. It's like one of the end of dungeon options. So, I don't really offensive penance unless nothing is happening in keys. But anytime you need to do like real healing playing an Oracle setup, you just defensive penance. You'll get a lot of penance damage from like the twin side effect and stuff, but the big focus is on using the defensive penance. Spread some dots. I'm not even running dot spread. Get the neck from Crown. Oh shit! I gotta turn mine in. I gotta see what we get. But yeah, in keys, I'm not even running dot spread. Not even worrying about it. I mean, snooze build. It's fun when you get that execute, baby. My last vault, I ran into, I don't know, it was like 3 weapons or offhands, and then the neck off Cosmos. I was like, well, that makes it easy. Hey, what up, Croissant? Welcome in, man. Where is this quest? Where's this quest at? Not that quest, this quest. All right, Velgor's final stair. Send it, baby. Damn, I got a neck. Tragic. Yo, Zath, thank you for the prime. Oh, there's no more seal pet. Yeah, there's no more drops. True, I can take that down. Goodbye, pet. There it is. I heal on everything, Chase. I'm maining priest right now. Yes, salad bar neck. And I already have the Crown of the Cosmos neck. 6 of 6. Tragic. Exclamation mark guides has my my talent builds. It's all my Wowhead guides. Yeah, I'm an incarnate on Tichondrius. Yep. We are 7 and 9 mythic. Where is this question? I haven't heard it yet, dude. Yeah, I haven't heard the New Strokes album. Hey, Mr. Cray, thank you for the 21 months. Question about Diskin Raids. If you can plant your feet to cast the Radiances, isn't it more optimal to cast 2 Radiances into Evangelism than the other way around for the extra inescapable torment? Where does inescapable torment come into play? Because inescapable torment's procced off your Mind Blast, Penance, and Shadow or Death. Yo, Demon, thank you for the gifted to Etherak. Appreciate it, man. The heroic chess piece over a mythic set chess piece? Yes. Yes, you would. If you were playing Holy Priest and like maining Holy Priest, though, you would catalyze the chest and that would keep the leech, which is also pretty cool. Oh, it's talking about not spending the globals for the Mindbender and everything like that. I mean, that makes sense if you're having sustained damage over long periods of time. But that's often not really what's going on because the damage is much burstier than that. Like, I get that argument because on paper it looks really clean. But that also assumes that you are going to have perfect, consistent, constant damage going out to always get healing from that. And that's not always the case. Yeah. I haven't really had much time to push keys lately. But we got Cutting Edge, Crown of the Cosmos. 4 days ago? Yep. Something like that. Yeah, there's sometimes where I'm only hitting 1 Radiance. Can I really play WoW walking on the treadmill? Yeah. It took a couple weeks to get used to, Bam. But you just gotta walk slow. Walk slow, take your time. I think it's great, though. I literally just, like, lowered my desk, put my treadmill underneath my desk, chilling. Powered Shield is very expensive. So what you want to look at is your mana costs. So Flash Shield costs 9k mana, right? But if you don't have Atonement on yourself, that's 4,500 mana per target, which is the same price as, actually it's a cheaper price than Plea, excuse me. So if you have a Surge Flash Heal, that's the cheapest option, you know, because it's 4,500 mana for 1 target, which is less than Plea, or it's 4,500 divided by 2, it's 2,250, whatever, per target. Yeah. Yeah, I've got an Uplift desk, Bam, or you could also do like a Secret Labs desk. Those are also really good. Yeah, but I love it. But basically, you only powered shield. You don't really powered shield much. Most of the time, it's just plea, surge, flash heals, lots of defensive penance. The one you're seeing shows 2,500 IO. Yeah, that's me. I just got like 600 IO today. Yeah. I think in M plus healers are very close together. In raids, that's where they go. That's where they got some differences. But I think M plus balance is extremely good. Yeah. What is slow? Like 1.2 miles an hour, something like that? I mean, it's up to you because, like, you got to find what I would say is like the slowest consistent pace. And it just kind of depends, you know? Oracle Enter Void Weaver. I think Void Weaver has like just too many weaknesses, especially when it comes to like when it comes to spot healing. BM Hunters? I don't actually know. I actually don't know. I've not really been spending a lot of time doing keys. We just did a bunch of these keys today. I've just been raiding. They show you the weight requirements and stuff, Pixie. And one of the best ways to lose weight is just going for walks, getting moving. Because, I mean, I've been walking for 3.5 hours today. I just now sat down. Like, the more that you're just, like, you know, not sitting down, getting off your feet, or getting onto your feet and everything like that, it helps. Makes a huge difference. So, why is Dis now the pre-spec? Because I didn't properly look at how, well, we didn't really have a way to test it, but I really didn't think that having an execute heavy setup as a healer would work really well. And the fights where the execute isn't that good are also the fights where the dots are really, really good. So you have like Lifeline Vanguard, where you don't really have any execute target until the end of the fight, but you can spread around your dots and like your dots do a ton of damage. But there's so many ad fights where you just spawn ads, have extra attacks out of them. They produce a ton of extra atonement healing. It's very ridiculous. Execute sometimes produces more than one because Death's Torment triggers additional Shadow or Deaths that can proc additional Shadow Friends. So, and plus, I mean, I think everybody's pretty well balanced. I think everybody is actually pretty well balanced. Every healer is within like, every healer's doing what, 18s, 19s, something like that right now? Let's see. Yeah. So disc is like middle of the pack, but like 21, 20, 20, 19, 19, 19, 18. That's very good balance. That's extremely good balance. I think Aug's really good in high keys, I think. Yeah. So most of my healing mesa is coming from using penance defensively on allies, casting Void Shield on cooldown, using Radiance to apply Atonement to everybody, and then having Shadow or Pain on the target, hitting Shadow or Death, which triggers this inescapable Torment attack, and triggers Expiation damage. Yeah. I'll have a TikTok about playing disc and stuff tomorrow. I actually think it's up on my YouTube today. Plea is for raiding. You basically just use plea for raids. I'm working on a Prez guide, and then I'm working on some shorts for... I'm going to do a... Get Gots erratic. I'm going to do a... probably like a Bubble Disc Priest short. That kind of goes over it quickly. And then I want to do a Lightsmith one as well. Yeah. Yeah, Prez guide incoming. Yep. I was doing a bunch of research on it the other day. I need a Seat, Zenus, and Algathar. Seat, Zenus, Algathar. Let's see what we can find. That could be good. Let me see if the 16 takes me. We'll see. We'll see. I play Disc, but I love Prez and Druid movement. Any tips or just don't play it? You gotta decide what you care about more, you know? Priest movement does suck, but it's also really fun. Feels rewarding to play. Boss, you're not in execute range, but heavy AoE damage is going out. That's an ideal time to hit your evangelism, spawn your mindbender, and then hit like mind blast, shadow or death, penance, hit those extra attacks. Yeah, there's like a smooth scrolling thing for penance. Somebody asked me about this the other day. Let me see. I'll know it when I see. Actually, is it here? Boren, thank you for the prime. No, it's not there. I have it somewhere. I really gotta start erasing a bunch of these old macros that I have not used in ages. Yeah, there's like a macro. It's like a smooth scrolling type of thing. I'll know it when I see it. But it's called like smooth scrolling. And no cam move pen. Yeah, that's a great name for it. Here you go. Just enter that in, and I think you only have to enter it one time. Oh, it's /console. Sorry, /console. Let's try that again. There you go. Yeah. Best DPS I see in keys? I don't know. I've only been doing it a couple days. I'm just getting back into it today, Harris. Yeah. Cryonaut, thank you for the prime. Welcome in, welcome in. All right. Zenus doesn't look like it's happening. Let's try to Algathar. I want the redemption in the Algathar. Oh, dude, grip is so good in this raid. It's actually insane. Disc is actually, or just grip in general is so insanely good. Yeah. There's so many times. We were doing Crown of the Cosmos, and so you know whenever you get hit by the orbs, you get knocked back. One of our officers got hit by an orb. I gripped him. It gripped him through an orb, and then I gripped him again and stopped him from going into the middle of the room. Oh, it was so good. My lizard is going to be next up for geared characters. My guild's doing a lot of splits, right? And so they have been in high demand of Jack Thier's services. Yeah. Plus 200 DKP, pretty much. Pretty much. Shaman heal hierarchies. Yeah, every healer has done at least plus 18s. Every single healer has done at least 18s. Yeah, our guild was world 38th last tier, Nosy. So probably goal to be similar levels. Something like that. Holy, resilient? Double grip for crown to bring our mages back from the strike team? Yeah. I think you should always run double grip. I think there's so many areas where grip is really helpful. Yep. Resil is like such a cheat code. It stops you from having to do a lot of what you would call like homework keys. It's pretty busted. Dang, I was expecting to see some more Nexus points, but I don't see a lot of them. Really enjoy Holy more than Disc, but looking at the raid tier list, I see Disc is way better. It's time to learn Disc. I wouldn't stress it unless you're in a Hall of Fame guild. I think a lot of times people get too like caught up in like meta chasing, and I think meta chasing is worth it if you're in like a Hall of Fame guild. Not so much otherwise.
Glorp.
Glorp. Are you drunk or what? Thanks for the 2 months, man. Here to learn some disc. All right. Let's find a key then. That is a fizz comp and a half. That's a comp. That is a comp. I'll try to do the Zenus. I pipe. Check my logs. Check my logs. If they don't invite me, I'm in despair. Fizz is in physical. Yeah, physical damage. They ran a Resto Shaman. Yeah, invite me. Invite me. Stick to the Warcraft logs chart? Yeah, they are. It's funny when people look at like, oh, my parses for M+. Yeah. Plays the Holy Priest? I am really tempted, but this guy just subbed and he wanted to see disc. I am very tempted though. Hardcat for haste? Nah, nosy. Get some haste. You see where my haste is at? 43%. The big dog haste, okay? Get some more of that. Get some more of that. All right, I'm busting out the heavy artillery. Invite me to this group. Invite me to this group. Camera smoothing do just make turning faster? No. It makes it so your penance doesn't move your camera. Oh no, we're doomed, Loon. We're doomed. Yeah, that's the other thing. I'm 277. I saw people doing 18s and 19s at like 272. I was looking up healer logs and I was like, what the hell? You're 272 doing this? Yeah. That was too picky. They're crazy, man. Oh, that is the best, Vaz, because you have such a huge shield on you as well. Spend all my crest before the weekly reset. I'll spend crest before progression, basically. Yeah. Hey, I broke 3K. We got over 3K now. We got over 3K. Just now today. Hiroki is pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I'm running that instead of the feather. Or instead of the ribbon, excuse me. Yeah, this fucking guy. He's like checking logs. Doesn't invite the guy at 7 and 9. What did he invite instead? Bet he invited nobody. Crazy. These standards, man. I just don't have enough IO. IO equals skill. There's not like a chart or anything like that, Ambrief. I would basically just like keep doing 10s and 12s until you don't have any upgrades and then try to push further. Yeah. Like there is no other upgrades. There might be like side grade kind of things where you might get like leech off a piece or something like that, but like a direct upgrade, there's nothing I can get from like 10s and 12s. Oh, it's just IO. There's people who are like, "Oh my god, like IO equals skill, and if you don't have this IO or something like that, we won't invite you," kind of thing. Which is funny because I think this guy's 3,200. Not that far behind. Like his best is a 14 and he's done a 15. You know? But what can you do? Holy Priest plays Archon. They play Archon. Anyway, haste and disc. Penance is a hasted cooldown, which means you can cast more penances the more haste you have. You can see it's in green on the right side. And then a lot of your damage comes from your dots, which are also positively influenced by haste. TLDR, math. Math says good. So, I prefer Archon Holy Priest. I think it's a lot more fun. I like the Halo going in and out. I like how powerful the direct healing feels, all that stuff. So, It feels really, really good. I think Mind Blast is also a hasted cooldown. Yep, it is. Penance is the big one that I was thinking of though. Any alts? My most geared one right now is my Prez. And then I have my Pally. I think he's like 255 or something like that. But I think my Prez is like 260 or so. Pally's like 250. I really have not been keeping up with them though, because I've just been raiding and casting world first. I'm signing up for this group again. They are insane. Could maybe do seat. 80 to 90, it does take forever. Yeah, haste owns for Dispri Sicaria. It owns. Well, I don't really have like verse to pull from. I'm just running like my raid gear, basically. But you just, just heal yourself, bro. Just heal yourself and live. Liquid was super, super clean. They were fucking clutch, dude. Just don't die, yeah. A relaxed 16. Last Rio when you sign up, maybe you get invited. Who knows? Who knows? Foreshadow. Thanks so much to the Prime. Yeah, there you go, Willie. Returning player, last played Shaman. What would you say is having an easier time pushing to 3K? All the healers have done at least 18s. No, I think H Valley is easier to pick up than Prez. H Valley is very straightforward. I think H Valley is very, very straightforward to play. So. Hand Shaman's that good? I think. I mean, that guy was piping in the last run we were doing. Yeah. Spam look at the M+ title achievement for every season. Yeah. There we go. We just overwhelmed them. Yeah, they picked up a shaman. That's tough. That's tough. I didn't see. Yeah, let me run to the bathroom real quick. We'll see what we get. Were they missing lust? I don't know. I don't remember. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. Alrighty, how we doing? Okay, let's see what we got. Bring me to your keys. R shaman. Oh, they do need an R shaman. I mean, they don't really need it. They don't. You don't need that 5%.
Are you
Surely.
going to grow a badass mustache to
Am I going
match
to
your
grow
character?
a badass mustache to match my character? Yes. During Movember. Thank you for the 26 months, Mug. Yeah, the mustache is coming this year. Yep, exclamation mark guides, Chilla. I have both videos and written guides. Enjoy the healer perspective on the world first. Thanks, man. Sideburns? No. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Maybe these keys are just not it. Oh my god, an 18. Let's see around here. Character looks like Clavicular. 70s Disco Man look. I don't know if my mustache would grow in that way, though. That I don't know. Right now, Nexus, Plain Zenith, Algathar, and Seed are just the... They're just the ones. Let's try it again. Let's do it again. Still using Dander's frames, that's right. What 3 things that I fixed about disc? Oh, I'm sorry I missed your message, Val. I saw you had messaged me before I got on, my B. I'd probably just get out of the execute. I think that you have a favorable raid tier and you're like, oh my god, execute is the best. But as soon as the fight stops feeling like favorable for high execute value, you're gonna start hating life. You're gonna start hating life. Declined. Tragic. Tragic. That one might be good though. Ask is trying to learn Prez on the fly. Working on some guides. Working on it. A Mythic Nax Ramus. That'd be kind of sick. Do a little recolor at tier 3. That'd be kind of sick. Hang on, one sec, guys. Exactly like your gameplay, yeah. Dude, we were just farming invites at the start of the stream today. We were just farming at the start. The well is drying up. Someone who loves the healing spec in raids but hates it in M+. Maybe just have an M+ main? I don't know. Can't convince you to like something you don't like. Yo, what up, Todd? All right, we found a key. We're going to seat. Let's get it. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Finally get to play the game. What even is my, yeah, I need to run Shackle. That is a good call. I really like the immobile fear. I really like the immobile fear. Has Liquid ever lost with you on the desk? Yeah. Yeah, in, no. Vault, was it? I think it was Vault of the Incarnates, yeah. Well, I've done... That was my 7th race, and they won 4 straight. So I think I've lost 2 with them. I think my record's like 5-7 then. Or 5-2, excuse me. Because it was Echo 1 Vault, Echo 1 Farak. I casted Demencius' kill. Tettles and I cast the Demi kill. I had actually a hot streak of casting kills. I had a really fucking hot streak of casting kills. But I was not around at all for this one. It was wild. But I cast Demencius. I cast Gallywix's kill. And then I'm pretty sure I cast Anzarek as well. I think I cast like 3 straight kills, and then I didn't get it this time. But that's how it goes. Thank you, Bizzle. Appreciate it, dude. Thought for sure Echo had it when Liquid went to bed. Me too, man. I mean, Liquid was the first one into the secret phase, but Echo was the first one into the secret phase with everybody alive. You know? Usually I see the stacks of Shayloons on my cooldown manager. Usually. $260 Druid and struggling. I'm following your guides. I don't know if it's me or them. Might just be taking the practice and like, if you ever use something like Warcraft Recorder, you can kind of watch your gameplay back and compare it to other streamers or videos, things like that. Yeah, you shackle the blobs, and I think you could shackle the tentacles on Viceroy as well, San. That's also really good. It's also really, really good.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Like warm up again, man. Maybe to spread out. We might get one more round. Nope. Yeah, right there. We just paints up tank on bull. Because we knew it was going to be nasty for them. Ancient Void on the DK, and he AMS'd it. Let's go. Hitting you with a fear. Not getting bolted. Waiting to fate. Painful to play disc after playing Aona in Fellowship. Oh man, Aona was such a cheat code. Aona was such a ridiculous cheat code. I had like melee players standing in fire for entire dungeons, and you just shake off all of the damage like it was nothing. I'm sure that was one of the best experiences people have had with being healed. They could just never die, you know? Yep. That's the thing. It answers the age-old question, what if you just gave your entire party stagger? Well, it'd be kind of busted. Chains, you always can remove the chains from yourself by running Phantasm. It makes life so much easier when you can just remove it from yourself, and then you can kind of just focus on other people. It feels like a lot of times healing yourself is much, much harder than healing other people. Through like heavy spot damage. The healing queue a nightmare? Yeah, that's kind of just a evergreen issue, it feels like, for Fellowship. I really thought the mercenary mode that they previewed in beta, where like higher level players could go do lower level content and get scaled down and everything like that, I really thought that kind of stuff would be more popular, more desired for the devs to like make and maintain, but they never really did it. They never really like found a version they liked, I guess. Yeah. Eye level 277. It's in taking the boss. Yeah, the thing with this dungeon is like the trash at the beginning is incredibly deadly, but it's also a lot better to deal with it like in a huge pack. It just makes everything safer. Like pulling bigger actually makes it safer because you have all of your defensives, you're slamming every button, you're not holding on to anything whatsoever, and you are just trying to blast. It helps so much. So what kind of weapon did you get, Punk? Can I fear these? I can. Because, I mean, if you got, like... Well, I mean, like, main hand, offhand, that kind of stuff. Because, I mean, if you got, like, a main hand, you could basically just craft after that. Oh, I mean, if you got a staff, I'd probably just craft the weapon anyway. Because there's only so many things that you could get. And you're at a point right now where you could get a Mythic staff and a Mythic Arcano Weave Cord. And then you're basically done with crafting. Unless it's like a fill-in piece that you would eventually replace later on. Or you're crafting your offhand if you have a Mythic main hand.
Figure out their motives.
Yeah.
And put a stop to their efforts.
Did a dungeon with Sylvie and immediately died? Yeah, and they even gave her like stamina and stuff too, Wolf, but it was nowhere near as OP as the it was nowhere near as OP as Mass Staggered. Which had the mod for the weapon? It's the Holy Priest secret appearance. Something like that. I think they nerfed the stagger a little bit. I know they nerfed their atonement. It was around that time I went back to WoW. But they did give her some nerfs. Woo! I gotta hold my execute. I gotta hold my execute there. Yeah, I think it's the Valiar. It's like a mix of like Valiar rep, and then you gotta like find an item. Or no, you like buy an item from the vendor with Valiar rep, and then you go into Halls of Valor and you get an item there. Something like that. There we go. I think he's a lot of fun at midnight. Yeah, there's like moments where people have the stamina to survive the hits. There still is some like one-shotty type stuff, but it feels like when people make mistakes, you can actually heal through a lot of it, which is very satisfying. That's the thing. The Holy Priest is going to heal that burst damage really well, especially when they have Halo or Apotheosis. Especially when they have those resources, they can heal extremely effectively. But mana is more of a constraint for Holy, whereas Disc, having like execute targets is more of a constraint. It's interesting, they're kind of just good at different things. I saw the tank, by the way, hit IBF into hitting Vamp Blood, and so I just immediately put a Pain Sup on him. So I figured he would be taking some big old hits. Alana, thank you for the 4 months. Doing healers like on your pres still feel very either heal everyone fine or just don't have a button off cooldown, don't have the X's out. The other classes, a lot of, oh man, this is a struggle to keep up even though you're spamming. Yeah, the healing profiles, they definitely feel very, very different. I have an Aug Evoker in my guild that does YouTube videos. No, the Aug Evokers in my guild are useless. Bunch of useless husks. Nah, nobody else really does, nobody else really does content stuff. Or, like, some of them stream. I'm gonna have to actually, like, stream my raids and set up, like, a stream together with everybody who does. But it's usually only, like, 5 people, I think. And I think it's, like, tanks, mage, and, like, hunter, I want to say. Holy more chill than rest of Druid? Yeah, it's a little bit more, like, straightforward, where it's just, like, there's damage, you go heal the damage. Whereas Druid has more setup. It's not like rocket science or anything like that for Druid anymore. It's not super complicated. I don't think any healer is like super, super crazy complicated, but I'd definitely say that Holy's more chill. And kind of unexpected, but we have lots of execute value. So I'm just going to keep on tunnel visioning this guy until I go find a new target. Oh, please live. You're getting a Pain Sup. You're getting a Dispel. You're getting Executes, Interfere. And we multi-dot. And then we Shadow or Death. I love that we have double grips. Oh my god, it's so helpful. Yep. Thanks so much for the new sub. Yeah, I play all the healers. I'm a little behind since we just got back from Race to World First. I got lots of gearing for them to do. But all the betas and PTRs, I always play all the healers, and goal is to make guides and content for all of them. Best trinkets for Disc, the drop in M+, Heart of Wind, that other feather thing as well. I think it's also in Windrunner. Algathar Coach's Whistle. All 3 of those are good options. Ember Wing Feather, there it is. Yeah, those are all good options. Your best options are from Raid, though. Most fun, most chill, and most meh. That reminds me of, like, the GoldenEye accolades. Most fun. I think Holy Priest is really fun, just from, like, a gameplay perspective. Now, it's always really fun when you do top healing. But if we're talking about just fun for the sake of fun, I think Holy Priest is a lot of fun. I'm paying something myself. Most chill? Probably like Totemic Resto Shaman. Probably be taking the cake on that one. And then most meh. I don't know. There's parts of disc I like, parts of disc I don't like. I wish our style wasn't built off the back of execute. There's whistle didn't hurt too much. I think it's still one of your best options when it comes to just only M+ trinkets, which is what he was asking about. WDKs. Love you guys. So, think you're biased? He asked for my opinion. Yeah. What? You asked for my opinion. What? You just said I think you're biased. You gonna proc me? Bro, you asked for my opinion. Of course I'm biased. Listen, chat. If you ask my opinion, then I'm gonna be biased about something. Because everyone's got an opinion, and opinions are subjective. But if you ask me about like an objective thing, you know, like how good is this spec? How good is that spec? And I'm gonna cite like the data to you. You cannot be talking about me being, yeah, you get to be the main character. You get to be the main character. Oh my goodness. Oh man. Prez right now at the 15, still crunching, rolling the Delve Trinket and Champ Rep Trinket because I got awful rolls. It's good. It's also really fun to play. And yeah, that's right, 2 weeks, and it's going to be really good quality of life. It's going to be really good quality of life, having the temporal anomalies no longer require a skill shot. Oh, man. No. Aww. Hard time plugging 16s. No one wants me as an unholy DK with half 16s, half 15s. Really? I would have thought unholy would have been one of the best. I would just say whenever you get into keys though, always like friend one person. You always want to be like, you always want to be like trying to friend the best players. Because when you're getting into a new expansion or new season or whatever, you need to build like a roster of people to play with. Now, you don't have to play with them all the time or anything like that, but you need to have some options, because always going into LFG, you're always getting average players, if you think about it. Most of the above average players move on from LFG and they start playing with groups, and they have like set groups. Now, there's a big difference between playing with like a set team. You know, you'll see like Banshers and his boys run a Fizz comp. You know, Banshers, Noxiv, Vegan, you know. I think they still run together. That's like a set group. But a very large amount of people that get title kind of run what you would describe as like in-network. You know, they run with people who are in their friends lists. They put up some pickup groups between trusted players. And then they play together and they time keys. And so a lot of times people are like, oh, I just have to have like a set team to play all the time. And like, that's just not the case. You gotta build up a little bit of a network. And that's very true as well, Eric. You may not be getting as many invites as an unholy DK if they're meta and then everybody's playing them. So you're not only competing against just other DPS, but you're competing against every other unholy DK. That is very, very true. Also, DPS are cringe. True. Oh yeah, and also don't be afraid to like remove people from your friends list if they're weird. If you're getting the bad vibes from people, just drop them. Missing kicks. Oh, I wish he would have rezzed. I'm a big fan of the tempo res, where you just res right here and you keep going. Raid for Holy Priest, when's the Lightweaver build better? Basically, if people are able to take like enough damage that your pos are very rarely overhealing. That's the biggest thing, is like, I talked to the math people, talked to Nafir before the tier started, and he's like, yeah, Lightweaver stuff's like 1 or 2% ahead on paper. But then what kind of happened is that a lot of the heals that are passive or, you know, low value but high tick rate are just really efficient. And, you know, Poe just pushes health bars up super hard that it can also just overheal a lot. Kind of like Holy Light. Same kind of thing. It can just overheal more. And then you're just kind of losing value. That, I think, is kind of the underrated story this tier, is that a lot of these like passive heals or like small tick healing is so effective because that's a lot of the damage is going out in the raid. Yeah, Renew lets you snipe more healing from the other priests. Exactly. Exactly. I'd recommend playing Expiation. I think Wheel and Woe and stuff is fine when you're doing like 10s and 12s. I was looking at a bunch of logs and everything, and even though like Archon is funny because, you know, it's a data aggregation site, and so you see in high keys a lot more people are running the shield build, but it starts becoming very rare around like 17s and 18s and 19s. Not many people. I think some of the Chinese are running it, but most of the Americans and Europeans and everything like that are still running execute stuff. They're still running expiation stuff. There's one guy, Starscream, who's running Voidweaver stuff, and he's still slamming. But I imagine he also has to deal with some hell in some different moments just to stay alive. So it's like the shield build's not bad, but I also don't think it's the best. I think this is the time where the data aggregation will get you. Immune? Really? Man, what? I thought it worked on these guys. That is just the worst. Come on in, guys. Come on now. Okay, my H-Pal buffs. What buffs? Did they even say anything for 1215? 1205? Yeah, there was the spender ones. What was like 20% to your spenders or something like that. Oh, yes. JBD, thank you for the prime. Oh my god, this guy. I don't have a grip, I'm sorry. Keep going, Mega Drive. Come on. Yeah, 10's enough for your vault. It's like a 2-7, a lot less than stellar players this rating. Probably me too. I feel that. The challenge though, like I said before, it's like you always got to be looking to just kind of build up your M+ network of people to play with. A lot of time, like a couple of years ago, I guess this is BFA, this is a while ago still, but when I moved to EU and I played on EU servers for 2 years, I knew my guildies, and I did some keys of guildies, but there were a lot of times I was playing on NA times, and they were not around. And so what I started doing was I started slamming keys, and I friended every tank that was like a good player. And then I started building up my network of like DPS players, especially people who would go out of their way and like help build groups and help find people and everything like that. And I just started sending friend requests to just everybody, you know? And if you're a good healer or DPS or whatever role that you are, you know, people are going to appreciate it. If you're kicking, stunning, things like that, all of that works. All that works really well. Yeah, it's because I use this Kidron. My character moves, but my camera doesn't move. Yeah. Here they're redesigning Walk into the Light to increase the chance for infusion of proc 100% during Avenging Wrath. That's nice. They just keep on buffing the spender button. Or they buff up Empyrean Legacy. That would be sick as well.
It is rare that a Naru falls into void this way. The few cases I know of have occurred.
Yeah, I mean, your character is going to turn. See, my character turns with penance. You can't help that unless you're right-clicking. I think it's like if you're right-clicking while you're doing it. See? Still flips. It still flips. Out of her healing, I used Anders frames. Oh, true. Pop defenses on the rip. Give Lucra a secret phase here. That'd be sick. There we go. W. I think DK is the best, I think. Yo, it's Sky. Thank you for the new sub. Og's damage? Like total contribution. I think it's like an S tier M plus DPS. I know WoW had did like an article about him before about being really, really good.
How did a being of the light become a creature of shadow?
Oh, Beacon of the Savior causing flash and holy lights move beacon to their target once per 5 seconds. Yeah, I think that's going to be a solid healing increase. It's like a quality of life kind of thing.
I feel the fallen
Yeah.
Naru's power.
Easy time. What was that point wise?
Fills me.
60 points. So let's go. What do you mean, Brecken keys? Well, we have that key. With 8 minutes to spare. What the heck? I got our recipe too. Oh, nice port. Any rationale for playing Void Weaver on a heal key is more fun? Sounds like a rationale to me. Then send it. You know, it's your sub. Pick one healer for the rest of the expansion. What would it be and why? That's super tough. I think healers are going to keep on getting quite a bit of changes. Usually, healers get quite a bit of changes at the beginning of, after the beginning of the expansion. I mean, I would just play Priest, because then you can play 2 specs. Probably what I would do. Alright, Algathar and Zenus. Stats, sure. I approach Holy Pally and DPS and healing is fun, but don't think I can make it in a 10. I believe in you. I believe in you. Press is what, like Mastery Haste, right? Add-on for the timers is called M+ timer. They have tanks that I like and dislike. Yeah, but like, I don't really like healing VDHs. It feels like they're very inconsistent with their like damage taken. It feels like they're probably the worst tank to heal because when they're in danger, you can't really help like heal through it. I think is probably the biggest issue I have. Yeah. And they suck to move, yeah. Yep. %1 verse, that works? Yeah, you don't just explode if you don't bring X amount of verse. You just gotta watch out for it. You gotta protect yourself, gotta use your defensives. Keep in mind that you're only getting damage reduction for half the value. So 10% verse is giving you 5% DR. You know, so yeah, even if you had 10% verse, you're walking around with 5% DR. All right? It's okay, but you still got to use defensives. You still got to push your buttons. Still got to push the buttons. If we rip up our filters. Hey, thank you, Dirts. How you doing? Nothing lately, user. I did a bench episode maybe 2 months ago, month and a half ago or something like that. I had a lot of fun. I felt like I could have talked to Growl and Tettles for hours when we did that healer episode. It was super fun. Favorite key? Maybe Seat. I like Seat, I like Pit. Pit's really fun as execute disc because you just always have an execute target. It's actually kind of insane. All right. I'll just set the filters back. Zenus is like so hard to find, it feels like. Have you seen Growl's latest video? He turned on us healers. The one about like healer players? I think that was a great video. Yeah, the problem with healer players. I was thinking about making a response to it because I agree, I think, with like 80 to 90%. And I think that his target audience of like talking about M+ mains, it seemed like a lot of it was focused on like M+ mains, right? And I think a lot of his points were like dead on, where people are like, oh, well, everyone's alive, so I don't really feel like I need to push myself any further. And I think I've seen that a lot of times with people. But I also kind of like grew up in WoW actually raiding, you know? And so like my perspective was actually just trying to like do more healing than everybody else. And that changed a lot of like my perspective. And I probably think I had a different perspective getting to be a better player than like Growl did. which I think is interesting, you know? So I think we're going to bring Pally to Midnight Falls Key. I think we are. I heard it was like a 5 or 8% buff or something like that. Yo, thanks for the heart, Sean. Like, all I run is Zenus? Hasn't been me. Hasn't been me. I'm getting that fear back. Oh. Got your computer back running? Nice. That's always the best. Good to see you, Tuki. Good to see you as well, man. Why do keys over 10? For a challenge. Yeah. Why do people go hiking? You know, a lot of people want to climb a mountain. Want to challenge themselves. You kind of get to a point where if you can outgear a challenge, then you can't help but succeed. And kind of like you show up, it gets handed to you, you get your prize, and it's fine. Right? How long have I covered World First? I've worked with Liquid for the last 7 races. And before that, I worked the Red Bull Eternal Palace event in middle of BFA. And so what happened was I was raiding in my guild Future at the time, and I was raiding like 6 or 8 hours a day. And then I was casting World First with Red Bull, and they had Pieces, which was the EU guild that died. And that was when it was Limit before they became Liquid. And then after that, I was like, I'm not going to cast World First. I'm going to go hardcore raid myself. And it turned out to not be the best business decision, but it was really fun. So no regrets there. But I raided in like World Top 20, and then the highest I ever achieved was World 13th in Sanctum of Domination. And then after Shadowlands, after Sepulchre, we almost finished World 15th, but then our healer screwed us over and left while we were working on Jailer Prog, so we fell to like World 40th or something like that, which was not fun. But after that tier, I was like, I'm done ultra hardcore raiding. My guild is World 37th, World 38th, something like that. We've already cleared Mythic Voidspire. We've already killed Mythic Chimeras. So, still raiding, you know, hardcore, or what you would call hardcore for many people, but not nearly as many hours as I used to. Play with your former officer of your old classic guild? Which one? Houday. Retired hardcore. Zath? Oh my goodness. Nah, Zath's a good guy. Zath gets a lot of shit in guilds. He takes it in stride. I threw my fate away on nothing, like a goon. You basically Mythic raid, you are the 1%? Absolutely, yeah. Yep. Exclamation mark UI, Miss Kenpa. And then just select expert mode on the install, and then you can pick and choose what you want to install. Ooh. Oh yeah, we pulled double. Yeah.
Only the strong.
At the past 5 CEs, wife said no more. Time to be an M+ Andy. Oof. Happy wife, happy life. At a point where the players and tens make you want to scream. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm pretty well recovered. Slept in a lot the past couple days. Spam the dot on all the mobs and heavy pulls gives you non-stop procs to Shadow Mend. Yeah, it definitely does. It definitely does. Raider IO might have the stats on how many players have gotten 3K.
Enemy amasses.
Yeah.
Them the true power of the void.
Hi. Yeah, so just download the Wago client, John G, and then it'll give you an option. It's like, do you want a full install or do you want an expert install? And just say, hey, I want an expert install. I'm so confused. I'm confused. You said reset it. That means reset. That's not what reset it means.
The enemy amasses.
That's not what reset it means. You say run back. Chat, is that what it means? We died and he said reset it. And so I ran out of the instance and they're like, where are you? I was like, you said reset it. Like, what? Yeah, I mean, start over. Yeah. Oh, man. He said, this guy said something in Spanish and then he left. Let's see. I just need number 15. Good luck. Oh, okay. No, that was the other guy who said reset it. Don't look it up, just say it. No. He said, so preciso de 15 boa, B-O-A. Yeah, boa sorte AI man. There it is. Stats? Sure. Yeah. It's not Spanish? Okay. I'm not a linguist. Just a healer. It's Portuguese? My bad. Try the China build and bro is running powered barrier. I will not be playing that. Oh my god. We had a special bit, Coffee, when we were doing rehearsal and everything like that for World First. They gave us a special reminder and they were like, don't say stuff you don't know. They're like, don't say words you don't mean. Culture Healer can read flame in every language. True. Why do more people not remove their own devour? Or is it entirely your responsibility? Because if it doesn't directly impact them, they don't think about it. You know? It's a lot of like, you know, life in general, right? True, he did not have the double question. He didn't have any question marks, so I didn't think it was going to be flame. How do you hide the action bars? You type /EQOL. Go to interface. Go to action bars. And then select your action bars and make them mouse overs. Oh yeah, a lot of people can remove their they definitely can remove their stuff. But they just choose not to. Good swag from the race, always. Always, always, always. They give us jerseys. They give us derp shirts. I got one of the victory shirts, too. I got one of the champion shirts. It's in the laundry right now. But, I was walking and, like, celebrating, and then one of the TL staff was like, we got victory shirts! And they passed me one of them. It was sick. Yep. Cal gave Max one of the THD derp shirts. I saw that, yeah. So I felt bad. Like, I need to still order it. I want to get that USA THD shirt, but it was going to take a while to deliver to LA. So I got to get it. I got to get it. Dude, the THD salute was Giga Chad, man. What happens to the victory shirts if they didn't win? What happens to the Super Bowl shirts if the team doesn't win, you know? There was only like a handful of them. I think there was only like maybe 10 that they had ordered. So not that many. Burn them? No, they donate them. Burn the shirt. Fade off one, get another. Fade off one, let's see me get another. I got another, see? Stop. I already faded one off. That means you can't give it to me again, alright? Means I'm immune until I get it back again. Shadowmend is so insane at this part because you have a lot of defenders which stack up these heal absorbs on tanks. And then all you gotta do is just keep mashing those Shadowmends. One of these guys activates the batteries, or he drops them when he dies, something like that. I'll try to keep an eye out for it. I am critting on these Shadowmends too. Come on, come on, come on. There's the execute. So. Kenpo, can you go to the, like, Wago site in general? So if you just click that UI link in chat, and then you just go to the main website, on the front page, it will give you a whole breakdown as to how to install stuff and how it works. There's a quick guide at the bottom of the page. Oh man, it hurts so badly. Just stalling, stalling, using trickery. There we go. I'm a just free Beast Tracks. How big of a difference between healing for Holy and for Disc? I mean, they're within one key level of each other in dungeons. So they're very close. In raids, I don't think it matters unless you're in like a Hall of Fame guild. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you like Holy and stuff, Dick Hardy, just play what you like, you know? Bro, that was like the best at Race to World First. And see the most cursed names. Level key, 14. Does it show on the overlay? World First withdrawal? Maybe a little bit. you're kind of like around everybody 24/7, and then it very quickly turns into being kind of quiet. Kind of quiet. It shows? Okay, I thought it did. Otherwise, I'd have to fix my overlay. Yeah, we did a 17 earlier too. But I only have an 11 for Nexus Point, so nobody's inviting me for the big boy stuff. Ooh, yeah. How do you get back though? Oh, I guess you just walk through it. All right. Yeah. We need to make some space. Oh, baby. I guess this actually is a mistake. Fuck. Okay, this guy fixes it, though. Pacha, yeah. Okay, this fixes all of it. Exclamation mark UI, baboose. Alright. Is the room always this bad? This seems worse than I remember. Yeah, I'm not going for that back line. Good luck. He's peeking. All right, we spawn a million pets. You're the same chair? Dude, Secret Lab 1 zone, man. He didn't clear? Huh? I think this is our best option. All right, let's ride. Oh my goodness. 22 if I get invited. Let's go, Bio. I'm down. How's life? Hope you're doing good. Doing all right. Doing all right. Trying to get the schedule back together, you know. They give Dash a huge hug, of course. And Azula. And then Azula as well. MDI? Nah, Crush. Nope. Dash petite? He's not like petite. He's like Tattles' height. How old are you? You're gonna guess 30? 31. 31. I'm fired up like 6'4". Yeah, he's tall too. I think he might be like 6'5". He's a little taller than I am. A little taller. Zoomers at work started calling you Unk, and I'm uncertain how I feel about it. Come on, executes. AA and a seat for Zil 14s. W. Yeah, I've not been able to find. Well, I did one AA today, but then people bricked it. One DPS died like 5 times. And we were off by, I want to say it was like a minute. Average age of the WoW player has grown. Yeah. Well, it's kind of funny because I feel like there's 2 generations of WoW players. There's like the Shadowlands-ish generation, like a bunch of people coming in around like BFA to Shadowlands region, and then a bunch of people who played since like release. Yeah. I'm getting called uncle since by the neighborhood kids for years. Unk doesn't bother you. Yeah, you know. Yeah, I did Void Weaver at the start of the stream today. I did Void Weaver for a key. I did the Shield Heavy build for a key. And now we're back to Execute style. Yeah. Yeah, Void Weaver is like, it just has too many blind spots, too many weak spots. I get how it's really appealing when you're doing a lot of damage and everything, but I just do not think it's worth the trade-off of like really, really poor single target healing. Yeah, Oracle doesn't do as much damage. I think I did like 50k or something like that in the Algathar, but it's also like Algathar, right? You can just rack up some huge AoE pulls and just have all the enemies in your rift and be chilling. Yeah, you're also not as... You're just not casting as many penances. That's true, too. Yep. Tab dot, tab dot, tab dot, tab dot, tab dot. All right. Oh, do I have a desktop view on? Oh, you guys are seeing what I'm tapping out into. You're seeing what I'm tapping out into, huh? Yeah, this is where I have my chat. It's just streamer bot. I didn't even realize the overlay hadn't changed. I cannot pierce that, can I? Druid so stop and go. Yeah, and I feel like that's how it goes if you want to. If you're talking about like dealing damage, yeah, you gotta like pick and choose the areas where you can snipe a bit of damage, then go back to healing. Snipe a bit of damage, go back to healing. Oh, we got the execute. Come on, where's my execute? Come on, come on, come on. There we go. All right, here's our Super Bowl big boss fight. Playing disc right now, Lodge. I might have like a dedicated Holy Priest day and just see how it feels pushing up higher. We'll see. Man. Did not mean to send that death. Who's next up? Probably this guy. Because you die right there, of course. My man. Do I already? Yeah, I have been eating him. Thank you. TY. What is it? Oh yeah, it's like 20 seconds from now. Holding on to the PI. Got my pet spawn. You can play a really shield heavy build if you wanted, Crescents. You could. I don't think it's the best build right now, but you actually have some solid build variety. And now we're in execute. I guess I might as well hit up east. Yeah. So most high keys play what I'm doing right now, which is an expiation execute setup with Oracle. You're seeing a lot more people around like 10s and 12s running a shield heavy build, which makes a lot of sense. Because it is easier to work with. You don't have to snipe executes or anything like that. Oh, that's pretty sick. Here's the builds. No, I played Void Weaver earlier. It does a bunch of damage, but we were kind of talking about how it's like really, really frustrating when your single target output just ain't there. You're praying basically for Shadowmans. Yep. True, blame the healer. Yeah, what a Myra. Yeah, same thing I have in my WoW hit guides. Same thing there. Oh, shit. Hey, appreciate it, Alexa. Give me the execute. All right. Nice little cleanse. Benefit of the execute. You have a talent called Expiation, which consumes your dots and makes them do more upfront damage. And then you have a talent called Shadow Fiend, which spawns a Shadow Fiend whenever you hit Shadow or Death on a target that's sub 20% HP. Couple those together, the pet is giving you mana regen, it's giving you damage, which converts into atonement healing, and it can also trigger bonus attacks when you hit your Shadow or Death, your Mind Blast, or your Penance. And those also convert into atonement healing. Off one enemy struck, though. So it's really valuable to snipe executes whenever you possibly can, and if to ideally have Shadow or Death, Shadow or Pain on the target when you hit the executes. Doesn't always happen. That's the ideal. A lot of times in raid, I do not have the Shadow or Pains on the targets, and I just snipe the executes anyway. Right here, refresh. You can see it's consuming the dot duration. True, you also have, what is the talent called? Death's Torment, where your Shadow or Death can trigger multiple times. If it's triggering multiple times, it can also proc multiple pets, giving you more of the same. Yeah. Yeah, it just does a bunch of damage. Yeah. I love this season compared to War Within. Oh my god, yeah. So most of the time with this build is you use Penance on your allies. On friendlies. They usually call it defensive Penance. You're hitting it for healing on them. Pain before you death if you need to switch your target for execute. Mostly. In keys, I find you can do it all the time. In raids, it really just, like, depends on the situation. I wouldn't, like, sacrifice another damage global to just apply the pain. I would just hit the Shadow or Death if I immediately had to. Yeah. I need to find a 10 on my Prez. I might do that today. Need to find a 10 on my Prez and on my Pally. Going through LFG for that sounds terrible, though. But I think Prez feels really good. Certainly a lot better than it was in War Within. It's kind of interesting because my experience in beta was like the higher the keys I went, the better my golden hour healing was. And so it actually felt in a lot of respects like better. It's like it just really quickly reversed a lot of output with just golden hour alone. Yeah, here I'm hitting executes. I'm hitting Shadow or Deaths outside of execute range. Because it's also consuming that dot uptime. Thoughts on Flameshaper and Chrono? I think Flameshaper's doing more damage, which is why people were running it. The bonus fire breaths and stuff. I felt like Chrono felt really good for healing. You have a lot of like cooldown reduction tools. Burn Embrace gives you hot, which also gives you haste. All that stuff feels really, really strong. Just like a straight up healing perspective. Zimtech, thank you for the prime. You know, I learned something crazy about last race. Is that like not enough people knew that they could just instantly use the Twitch Prime sub by hitting the sub button below the video player and then scrolling down this long menu, and then at the bottom it's like you have a Prime sub, and then a lot of people did. It was crazy. Learned that for the first time ever. So many people didn't know. Crazy Nut knows. Thanks for the Prime. I feel like I tormented people during race with that stuff, but they kept telling me. They kept telling me. They're like, do it again, do it again. Rez, thank you for the prime in the 16 months. Yeah, it's like 2 weeks until the change for Prez. It's coming up. That's details. The end of dungeon thing. The end of dungeon thing. Summon Twitch Prime on their Alienware keyboards after spilling Monster Energy in their Liquid Armory hoodies. Yeah. Details, Cadix, the damage meter. True. We love Twitch Turbo. We do. One more to reach 18. It would be an Algathar. I think Holy Priest is a lot of fun. I think the challenge for Holy is... I think the challenge for Holy Priest is just maintaining your mana. I think that's always kind of the eternal struggle, you know? They want a Bloodlust. Unfortunately. But I mean, they're within one key level of each other, right? So I think they're both good. They just have different strengths and weaknesses, you know? So one of my DPS simply kill the boss
13
faster.
to 18, just a reasonable range of similar keys.
Yeah, just a casual look. Go with it. Thank you for the 17 months. Well, my gear is all spec for disc right now. I'm playing it for raid prog. Yeah. I don't know. I could play Holy Priest with 43% haste. I don't think it'd be as fun. But that's why I said, I think not even 5 minutes ago, I was like, I'm going to play like a holy day. Yeah. A lot of haste. My guildie Hate Moonkins has requested my assistance. Let me go find him. Can you go Shadow? My stream is on. Just spec it. Oh, he's trying to see the Evan Might. Chat, don't tell anybody. The entire UI breaks. Look at this guy. AutomaticJak, Harris, same as the TikTok. You call all your Augs worthless husks. Usually he's in chat, which is why I said it. But... all right. Not doing that again. Ugh. Oh, Hate Moonkin's the stream name? I don't know. I don't think Clutch streams. We should God comp threes? No, we shouldn't. No, we shouldn't. Humanity... log on, do threes. Like, I just can't. I just can't. The PvP, RMP, you heal? Nah. PvP is not it, alright? PvP is not it. $44% haste? Yeah. The guide says get more haste. That's what I'm doing. Good soldiers follow orders. Get haste, press penance. Simple as. Wait, this is like perfect for a priest. Do you think in the last season of War Within, the gameplay of the Farseer Shaman is the most fun Shaman's ever had? It's up there for sure. It felt like all of your ancestors felt really significant and like strong, which was always nice. Blizzard interrupt? No, I didn't download any. I didn't download any stuff. Yo, I get invited to the group. They say this is fucking AutomaticJak. It's a guild group. Yeah, I gotta download some add-ons and stuff. Is that the best one? Because Teddles was telling me about the X-Win tools, but it also has some like jank ass code in there that makes you buy flasks from the auction house. Yeah, right above you in chat, Zimtech. And if you want to just download specific stuff, just select expert install, and then it gives you this menu. And then you could say, I just want the unhalted frames. I just want Dander's frames. Yo, no way. It's Frog. He's been around forever. Eventually, Cell's going to come back, but we don't know when. We don't know when. Yeah. Yeah, and if you're having any trouble with the connections and stuff, Zim, if you need troubleshooting, then my Discord has a UI channel, which lists a couple things to troubleshoot it at. So... I saw there's a fork for it, but I saw that it was kind of buggy for people, so I'm happy with where Dander's is right now. When there's like a final form of Cell and stuff, I'm down to try it. I'm down. I think what I'm probably gonna do, I guess we'll have to see how this tier is gonna go, but I feel like this is gonna be a pretty fast season. Because their option is either have Race to World first before BlizzCon or have it after BlizzCon. Because 6 months from now is like right when BlizzCon starts. And so I feel like we would have a shorter tier because usually they have the most players drop off. Usually you have most players drop off in that second season. So I feel like they would want to do it sooner. There's issues on Chimeras and Mythic Aversion, Bizzo, with the spells, because Blizzard forgot to make those two dispels not private auras. Yeah.
4, 3, 2.
Easy season encourages the shorter one, too. That is true as well. But to go back to my point, though. I think what I'm probably going to do is do another UI revamp for Season 2. And like I'll get like, you know, the M+ add-ons and stuff like that, because I do want to get those. But I think around that point will be a good time to try out like all the new UI add-ons, because they'll probably be a lot more complete as well. The boss are training dummies. Yeah, it's just annoying though. And it's also weird because they literally just like flipped a switch, humanity, and then they made a bunch of stuff not private auras, and then they just forgot about those specific ones. That's mainly my issue with it, is the inconsistency. Like, they could literally fix it at a flip of the button. Yeah. Yeah, it's so annoying, Medio. It's so annoying. So annoying and so fixable. So... What up, Paradise?
Ehejasknguz.cu at home.
I knew it. I knew it.
Son Eard asks on Ashomakuntei at
Before this alert triggered, I saw this wall of text out of my peripheral vision, and I'm like, I bet that's Kalamazi. Sure enough. Sure enough. Cal, thanks for the 36 months and the Prime. Woo! What the fuck I paid for that? Hey, Jack, good to see you at home, because this Bene demanding to ask about your thoughts on Aardvarks and show my cunty ass a when Australia's it Erez Mr. Zorthus. Hey, shout out Zorthus. Alright, I can't read the rest. I gotta look at my feet. Coffee, translate the rest for me. What is bro talking about? Let's see. Oh, no, I gotta look at my feet again. I see the Mr. Zorthus is strong, but also... Oh, damn, that guy got evaporated. Tough. Oh, and I'm gonna pretend that he did. I didn't actually see what happened. I'm reading this dumbass message. Listen, Cal casted 4 days Mythic splits with me. All right, let him cook. You got one shot? All right, bet. Thank you. I figured when I looked up, I was like, the only way somebody dies is if they get one shot by these ads. Sure enough. Let's see it. Big execute. Ka-chow. Let's go, the teamwork. Yo, thank you, Paradise. All right, what else we got in here? Mr. Zorthus is strong, but also he knows he's the biggest. Hikvamapidisandf. And the bakes do fly when the gas towers are also represented in the corn. And that's for keep DPSing the IO stuff, because at times I get a little confused by it's all good. Unite the end. What's up, Paradise? Hey, there we go. All right, I read the rest of it. Thank you for the 3 years, Cal. Sorry, I had to read this message. It was very important. Raid's always screaming for dispels, and I see the circles, but no indicator. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks, Biz. Thankfully, the important boss fights, you can see the dispels, but yeah, it's not ideal. Technology versus Kalamazoo. Ooh. Ooh, we gotta see that. Yeah, I'll just hold PI for next. I think they succeeded in getting rid of computational add-ons. No. No, they did not. But I think they learned a lot about... I don't know. How much they don't know? It's so confusing. Because something like the memory game helper seems like it would not be allowed by Blizzard. But... all of these world first guilds, from what I've heard, what I've been told, were like, here's how we will do it. Is this okay? And then I guess they're like, well, shit, we can't really stop you. Finally home to be back. Finally glad to be home to my Drakthir wife. Dude, I don't even remember saying my wife. That threw me off so hard because like that's the big caster fear is you say something that you didn't even think about. You know, you're like reading something from chat while talking, and then suddenly you say something that you didn't intend to. That threw me off so hard. Yep. They wouldn't let it go? I know! I was like, shit! That's the big caster fear, man. Tattle's cursing on stream? Well, that's the thing. I've never cursed on stream. On broadcast. The replay was the best? I mean, production filled the word in, okay? Anything coming from production cannot be trusted because they have 7 races worth of soundboards of me saying shit, okay? They can make me say anything. The clips of news people accidentally saying bad things. Yeah, exactly. Like literally that. Literally that. There was one about like one commentator like one woman news broadcaster talking to another woman newscaster about like she was holding like 2 beers or something like that, and she's like said something about like double fisting, and everyone's like, what? And she's like, about beer, about beer. Yeah. I told Dratnos to go extinct. Did I? When did I say that? Catch the heal at 14 is calming me. There you go, Goofy Maniac. I'm glad we found something. I'm glad we found something. Dude, Tettles was double fisting one of the last mornings. He showed up to the desk as we were about to start casting with 2 monsters in his hands. So. Yes, and then I said it in chat, and one of the Liquid mods said, you can't say go extinct. Ha! You have to follow rules. That is tough, man. Since you clip, do not play on stream. Thank you. How do we manage to sleep with so much caffeine? I got allergies or something perk up on me. So I had a couple nights of NyQuil helping me sleep. The dot from screeching this boss just go away? Huh. Oh, they're in the entire fight. That's weird. That's really weird. We get everybody? Okay. Where's the damage amp? Oh, there it is. I don't know why I don't see it. I think some of the people, though, Zool, did not get much sleep ever. Like, Tettles was constantly, like... he was coming in super early and staying up insanely late. I don't think that he got much sleep ever. Yep. Oof. So close, so close. Keys are going great, Absolute. I went from, I think, 2,500 today to 3,240. Should hit 33, I think, off this key. We have been grinding. Oh, appreciate it, Paradise. Yeah, we're low IO. Well, it helped that I was missing 2 dungeons. I literally just like didn't have 2 dungeons on my scoreboard at all. Yeah. So wildly different than last X-Pack. Feels awkward now. It is. It's really weird. That's why I made that short today. I put up on YouTube. I'll put it up on TikTok first thing tomorrow. But it's like the spec. It's very odd how it plays. And we're in a really good season for execute. But I don't think it's going to last forever. We'll see. I don't know. Oh, no. Algathar 15, 0 deaths, smooth as hell, still only beat the timer by 2 minutes. Yeah, I noticed that. I don't know why they made the timer that tight. You know what they probably could do? That would be a huge, huge up for the dungeon. Is not have RP before Croth for summoning trash. And you just have multiple different packs on the platform. You just clear the platform, and then you move on. I think they do that, and it'd be pretty chill. Remove the trash from the tree boss. There's no reason for the dungeon to exist if they do that. I think keys, every healer feels like pretty good. Yeah, remove the bosses too. What are these birds doing here? Yeah, see? He's just looking over an empty room.
Are you planning on a Prey video as well?
Oh, Prez. I thought it said Prey. I was like, I will not be doing Prey content. Yeah, I recorded a bit of it. I'm going to try to finish that this weekend if I can. But it's on the docket. Thank you for the 12 months. Let's go. Ooh, snipe the executes. Yeah, that's next up. Going back to the HPAL short, it's super helpful as I learned HPAL for the first time since Wrath. Let's go. I also have a follow-up video for it on YouTube as well. Got a longer video. But yeah, people really like these like 60-second guides and stuff, so I'm going to keep on doing them. I'll do one for like the shield build as well, for like the big bubble builds, because some people are really enjoying that too. I'll put up a short guide for lock, skip, and sky reach. Nice. It didn't go completely wrong. Wait. Oh, this is the technology clip. Yeah, I gotta watch that after. Link it to me after. Oh my god, he gave me the button. There's another one. He's the gift that keeps on giving. Oh my god. Glad to hear it, Paradise. Start a bit with mana on Pally's disc. Any advice? You're probably trying to hit every single Sacred Toll. And I think the best strategy is honestly to like hit your Revenge, hit your Radiance. It's like, you know, hit your Revenge and Radiances on the pole, and then you do one follow-up, and then you hold 2 Radiances for your uppies with the Execution Sentence. And then I think you skip 1 Sacred Toll, and then I think you go double Radiance after that. But when you try to always hit every single Sacred Toll, it gets really tough. And it also just burns a lot of mana. It burns so much mana doing that. You're just constantly trying to apply more atonements. You know? Snuggle Muffin Man. Thank you for the 2 months, man. Come on. More damage. Surprised you said you're at 40%. Figured we want something around 25, 30, 20, 25 type thing. Oh, like a balance setup? Not really. Nah, and like stats I think are not nearly as important as they used to be. I feel like back in the day, if you had like the wrong stats, your healing was just awful. But they've done a lot to like try to push stats to be like closer and closer together in value. So I literally just like stack haste and go. No need to overthink it. Get eye level, good haste. Easy. I'll probably drop some when I'm not running this Void Suffuser trinket anymore because it has static haste. So. Favorite cereal? Oh, they have this Ghost Cinnamon Toast Crunch, which is really good. That shit owns. Oh, he's giving me... What is this called again? Spatial Paradox, yeah. I was just gliding and zooming. Come on, and it executes. Fortune look easy. If I get into a 12 and get smoked, I'm gonna go extinct. I high rolled into a guild group. It's a full guild group for this. Yeah. Drop this off. Something just ate that. I don't even know what that was. Basically what happens is when you get enough stacks, you drop off these circles. So you'll dispel and then you hit, what is it, 2 or 3 stacks or whatever it is, then you drop a puddle, and then your stacks reset. So I have 1 stack here, creates a rift on 3, yeah. Yeah. And then I get 2. Doesn't make a puddle. But if I got hit by that thing, then it would have been. But this also gives you a damage buff. Oh, haste buff. That's what it is. Gives you a haste buff. So it's important to actually like be to the side because there's going to be some of the random stacks that get applied to you just by the boss doing boss stuff. And then there's also the dispels. So the energy bombs are going out. Dispel Addy. It doesn't even really matter with him because they both had low stacks. But then she'll probably put out some more stacks in a second. And it's possible that I could get debuffed. Or I could just run into a circle and that would spawn one. So I run into that. See, it resets my stacks because I ran into the circle. But that also means you lose your haste buff. So a lot of cases it's not actually that good to do. Let's go. Resilient. 12, 13. 14. Resilient 14. Easy. We hit him with the GGs. Boom, boom, boom. Get him the clout. Easy key, man. GG's, Rog. Passing over the race must have been tough during the first week. Question for you. I used to use the dibs on PI, but since add-on changes, don't know a good way to track offensives. So in Raid, what I do is I just ask my guy, whoever I'm PIing, I'm like, tell me exactly when you want it. And then I set up my reminders add-on with method raid tools to specifically be like, PI Nick at this time. And it just yells at me. In keys? Yeah, I don't know. That I don't know. People are saying there's some add-ons they can start tracking some stuff, but I haven't tried it yet because I just got back. But I plan to. If I can figure out a good way or something like that, I'll try to update like a PI command or post about it or something like that. But right now, I basically am just like trying to hit it PI at the beginning of polls on people I know it's good for. That's kind of it. When in doubt, wait till the next poll, that kind of shenanigans. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, there is zero reason to have bad PIs in Raid. You could do it for raids in a heartbeat. Open method raid tools, go to reminders, select whatever boss fight that you're going to be doing. Like, I specifically did it, I remember, for Light Blind. And then I went all the way down. And I literally had a setup where I was like, filter, priest, spell, power infusion, PI, Kuthrak is the message, right? Set it to text to speech so it yells at you. And then you go. And then you just go. Do you have a link to the build, Nukon? I have an add-on for PI. You have a noise whenever someone MP. You lost me with the rest of that sentence. I don't know what the rest of those words mean. So you could potentially set it up for dungeon bosses, but the timing would be off. I don't even know if you could set it up there. I guess like you technically could. Oh, I don't even think it's updated for this season. Yeah, but the problem is people have cooldowns available at different times, you know? Battle Res icons also method raid tools. But yeah, there's no reason to fuck up PI in raids. Absolutely none. It is so easy to just click, set to priest, go down to priest, find power infusion, set it to text to speech. Where is it? Oh my god. Is it voice countdown? Oh yeah. How do I do this? Sound, text to speech. Yeah. Okay, I guess it... Oh, general text to speech. I see right there. Yeah. But yeah, spell, PI, Kuthrak is the message, text to speech. That's right, Sly. Mostly. Yeah, M plus is a little bit harder. I do get PI whisper macros sent to me still though. So like that could work if you just have your whisper window open. I don't know if there's any more permanent solution though. Yeah. What do you lose with only 2 of 4 for 2 of 4? You get your void shields, then you only have the 3% extra damage. I don't know. What would you even... Do you really gain that much benefit of putting 2 points into, like, I don't know, Blaze? Or maybe you're doing, like, Wheel and Woe or something like that. Dropping Inescapable. I don't know. It just doesn't feel like you get a lot of benefit for dropping Master of the Darkness and taking some of these other talents. Like, I've run with, like, Holy Ray, for example, in raids, and it's a very slight increase. Like, it's like a little, but I also knew I wasn't running, like, Dot Spread, or I wasn't taking advantage of, like, Pain Subs or other kind of stuff, you know? This works. It tries to be a Whisper PIME tracker. But it doesn't highlight the frame, does it? Yeah. Working on a Prez guide. Yep. Working on a Prez guide. Yeah. Just a noise? Okay. It should help for keys at least. Yeah. Dropping the right side for the left side. Blaze of Light and keys. Sort of. You see it in, like, Archon stats. You see it in, like, Archon stats when you go into, like, meta builds, Dispriest. Was it talents, talent heat map? And you're like, whoa, it's like 96 and, well, 65%, right? This is the big one, right? And you're like, wow, this is like going into, like, minority situation. But then I don't think that actually properly tells the whole story. Because I was looking at this the other day. Because when I first saw the chart, I was like, wait, that's crazy. Right? Wait, that's crazy. So you have X-Scream. This guy runs Void Weaver a lot. I didn't see Jinx only running a handful of these talent points. I see 4 of 4. Yeah, so she's been... I think most of these dungeons I've seen from her. Because I was literally checking yesterday. Yeah, best run, 18. Talent setup. Find talents on Wowhead. I think what's happening is it isn't properly loading these other talent points because she's missing 3 and then you just fill them in there. But I'm pretty sure she's just straight up running 4x4. And she's, you know, running this standard setup that we've been seeing, you know? What about Tanky? My Mr. Tanky. Skyreach, 1 day ago. View talents on Wowhead. Tanky's running shield stuff. Yeah. Back. We're skipping all the Chinese stuff. Rograppy. Kalidzda. 6 days ago. Best run. He's running shield stuff. Ziv. I'm kind of surprised. Did I look at a pit? No. That was a different one. Yeah, he's running execute, you know? So you're seeing both of them. I think Rograppy was the one I saw yesterday, and he was also playing execute. Let's see. I think for pit, you absolutely need to run execute in that dungeon. There is way too much free execute to get in that dungeon to not run it. He's running execute stuff as well. Yeah, so he just goes to 104. So like you're seeing a mix, right? So the difference between what we're talking about, Bizzo, is people who are running Wheel and Woe, which is what you might call shield build, versus people running Expiation, Inescapable Torment. This is like execute dot focus build, right? So like you see, oh wait, like 65% of people are running it versus 33%. It must be better, you know? But I feel like whenever I looked down this list of people that are like 3,500 plus, it was actually exactly, friends. I think it was actually more 50-50 at high keys. You know, I think if you're somebody who's just, you know, I just want to do 10s and 12s, go ahead, like run the shield build. It's going to be chill, right? That stuff I think is totally fine. But I think a lot of people went to like, boom, here's the stats, like this is everything. And yeah, it's a little bit more mixed, which is a good thing. Like, I would hope for all these talents that we would actually have a couple different options that are good, right? That's the problem, Nuke, because it's tough to take the dot spread. Honestly, I would say if you're running execute, don't bother. Like, dot spread doesn't even get good until you take the second talent, until you take Revel. And then dropping 2 points for that, it just is expensive. It's just straight up expensive. You don't want to drop Castigation. You don't want to drop any of your other shadow buffing talents. How do I avoid getting frustrated in PvP? I don't. Can't get frustrated in PvP if you don't play it. Yeah, you can proc execute on the 0 HP cadavers. Yep. They technically have 1 health. And if you're hitting an execute on a target sub 20%, you're chilling. Yeah, defensive penance doesn't spread. Yep. It does painful punishment. It does extend your dots, but it doesn't spread your dots. And that's the thing, is both sides have a downside, Typhon. Because if you defensive penance, then you don't dot spread. But if you offensive penance, then your friendly twin sight penance does not apply atonement. So both sides have a downside, which makes sense. It makes sense. Gonna play Priest, not a multi-dotting Warlock? Take it up with Blizzard. Take it up with Blizzard. Yeah. Would you defensive penance even with Blaze? That is a good question. I think most of the time they're only doing it if you need a lot of like single target healing or something like that, like a big dot. But I think most of the time they would be running offensive. Yeah. But yeah, I think if you're playing sweaty and you go into pit, I think you just have to run like execute. There's so much free value there. It's actually absurd. You're literally sitting at the very beginning of pulls with a full execute mob to sit on. And there's a lot of garbage that you can pull into bosses that give you execute. There's execute on Ick and Crick for value there. Like there's a lot. Yeah. I think in general the execute stuff is better. I think it's just straight up better. But I think that there's also some areas where it's like substantially stronger as well. Play monk in PvP, can't be frustrated. I'm good. I'm good. All right, chat. I'm starving. I'm gonna go get some food in me. Maybe work on some videos and stuff like that tonight. We have lots of shorts and everything like that. We've been posting more content than ever before. If you guys haven't subbed to the YouTube already, would love it if you would. We are almost to 95K subs, and I'm really hoping to... this will be the year we hit that 100K. What is it tomorrow? Saturday? Yeah, we'll stream tomorrow, Saturday. I need to get some alt keys done and talk my way into getting into somebody's good keys, because my Pally and my Evoker are bad. They're bad and they need keys. But yeah, thanks for all the love today, guys. Take it easy. I will be back tomorrow, probably at around like 1 p.m. Eastern, maybe 2 p.m. Eastern or something like that. And we'll do some rat keys. That's right. All right, GG's, guys.
We acquired 4-piece this week, I believe.